Okay, welcome everybody. Good evening, good evening, good evening. We are getting ready to get these fights underway. I hope everybody is doing well. Let's check if our stream is indeed live. Looks like it's up on Twitch. See if it's up on the tube. Yep. Also on the tube. All right. Hey, everybody. Hi, Sam. Connecting to chat. Super. Okay. How's my computer holding up? Struggling. All the tabs closed. Recent relaunch. And still just a pile. Just a poor, crummy pile. Sad. All right. All right, let's see. That I can close that. I still got. Here we got this. Put it down there. All right. Standings. 0 players. How do you if you work hard? As a man asking. I think there's one word missing from your question, Sam. But, yeah? Nope. Okay. Hey, gefilte fish. Ay. Looks like the arena numbers might be wrong. Let's try and fix them. Just too much to get right. I have no hope of getting all of it right. Seven, 5 and 7, 7. And they're backwards. No, they're correct. Over 1600 is arena 75. Okay. Hey, YouTubers. If you want to join, the fight command only works on Twitch, not on YouTube. From YouTube, best I can suggest to you, I think this link goes through. You go to the Chess Dojo Club, perhaps, and then you can find here upcoming events. You see these two arenas here. I think that's the best idea. Yeah, here it is, Math Nerd. But above you are also the direct links to the tournaments. On Twitch, the fight command works. Okay, so I have a question. How do you know if you work hard? I think working hard could be relative to two things. Number one, relative to your constitution. And number two could be relative to other people. So to know how hard you work relative to other people, you'd have to ask around with your friends, find out how hard they work, compare it to yourself. To think about how hard you work compared to your own capacity for work, you'd have to Try working different amounts and seeing how tired you are and get a sense of what your own maximum and minimum efforts are. And then throughout your life, you can compare what you do to those determined maxima and minima. Ja, ist logisch, ja. That seems logical. Alright, folks, there's 5 minutes to join the arenas, or there just won't be any arenas today. The under 1600 arena has people, so we'll have at least one arena. Nice. What did you expect of me, Ryan? What did you expect? Tell me, how low was the bar? Yeah, as Bessie says, there's no magical thing that's going to come tell you you have or haven't worked hard enough. You're going to have to judge and measure. There may be more measures than I thought of, right? I gave you a 5-second response. You know, Ryan says it was well put, but but that was just, you know, just the random, the first fart that came out of my brain. There may be a much better thought out response to that question. All right, folks. I think Ryan Fung is alone in the 1600 plus section. Won't some 1600s come join him? Won't some 1600s come join Ryan? So Ryan can have some beautiful opponent to play a beautiful game with. Oof. All right, I'm going to grab some water. Water's really good for fighting. We'll see if the dojo's fighters can match the intensity of the children fighting in the background. Ryan confirms they would love a great opponent for a great game, and it looks like we have several people who've joined Ryan's arena. All right, Bestie, have a good game. Perhaps I'll see you after your game for a little chat visit. Twitchers, there are the links again. The arenas are starting in 1 minute and perhaps some number of seconds. Maybe 1.5, 2.5 minutes. Yeah, Ryan. The 24-hour nature of it is just so that it runs for a while and people in different time zones can pop in when it's convenient for them and play a game. It's not because anybody in our community is expected to play for 24 hours. That has nothing to do with the 24-hour nature of it. It's not a testament to our hardcoreness or insanity or anything of that kind, right? It's just, it has a reason behind it, and the reason is, you know, gentle and reasonable. All right, classical prep. You were rated 1756 in the under 1600 section. Maybe you would rather join the over 1600 section. Just a thought, if you're still there. And likewise, we have 1 or 2 people in the over 1600 section who are rated below 1600. So, good luck to everybody finding the correct link for all of you. Good luck, have fun to the Clock Goblin. And to those who are about to do battle, of course, we salute you. And for those of you who are here to chill at first, welcome. Let's chill. Let's hang out a bit together and enjoy these fights. The first ones are kicking off in 30 seconds. My day is going quite all right. Cross online. Had a lovely meeting with the Dojo team today, working on a lot of... Ooh, Fabisher. I've not seen Fabisher around in a bit. Former participant in the Dojo Club Championships. Had a great meeting. We've got a lot of stuff coming out. As soon as I say it, I want to tell you everything that happened in the meeting cross online because it was pretty exciting, but I guess that's not exactly how it's supposed to operate. Like, we're supposed to have have some things that we're working on, and then we will announce them and release them as they get done and as we get to them, exciting as it may be right now. Here we've got a Scandinavian with knight f6 instead of queen d5. White gives a check. I don't know that it's like super hush-hush or anything, but it's not like I'm the one who gets to announce everything while no one else gets to participate in the announcing of things or whatever. So we're not doing anything super secret. We're just doing, cool stuff that will make sense to all of you. When I imagine how things might be in 3 months, yeah, it's kind of exciting. And I mean, you've already seen some of the beginnings of it, I think, with the release of files in September here. I've waited my whole life to have this kind of chess-based capability here. Just on a cloud server where I can just do it at any time. It's too good. Ryan, important. You have to play a few moves before you can step away. Chess.com will threaten to abort you until you get to move. It's not even consistent. Somewhere between move 5 and 8, I think. Up to that point, they give you like a limited amount of time per move. I don't even know if it's a minute or 15 seconds, but yeah, it's really, really annoying. Let me see where Ryan's game is at. Move 6. You're very close, Ryan. I don't know what to say. I think once you're at move 8, hopefully you're safe to run to the bathroom. Did I get any training in today? No, I don't think so. What did I do? Yeah, that is true. All right, d4. White takes a bold position in the center. How do I start the day? Making breakfast and lunches, walking the dog, normal stuff. Then I had a short time before the dojo meeting and I watched Jesse play Blitz instead of him training or me training. I watched him play Blitz. It was very entertaining. Then we had a really long dojo meeting. We covered so much today. It was like... yeah, quite a long meeting. Then had a friend over for lunch. Then had another meeting. Then had a phone call with my kid's school. And then went to pick up the kids, etc., etc., etc. He was doing blitz commentary on his own blitz games as he plays them. Chat rooms, yeah. I'm not a huge follower of chat rooms. I'm not very skilled at chat room following. Were there any particular topics that were hot today? Should we see the move order that Ryan used to get this big center against the Sicilian? Like a delayed Alapin. Now in this position, the only logical move for black is knight f6. And black played it. So Ryan tucks the bishop on c2 where it defends the e-pawn from there. It's kind of like a Rui Lopez bishop. You know, the bishop that sometimes wanders to b5 and a4 and b3 and c2 eventually. Sometimes also called the Spanish bishop. But here, honestly, it got there faster. And then gets castled and then sets up the center. So white has done exactly what they said they were going to do when they played c3 on move 3. Like, this move here telegraphed exactly the intention of what white has just done. And so now we have to see if black has, you know, planned what they want to do about white's center. The guy who invented being afraid of the open Sicilian. Yeah, that was a great line. Yeah, exactly, viral stigma. This move order here is annoying to people who, against c3, would want to play d5. People who against c3 want to play knight f6, it won't mess with them too much. All right, Ryan makes it to move 8, and we hope that the chess.com algorithms will allow Ryan to peacefully and penalty-free head to the bathroom and come back without getting maliciously aborted by the server. Let's check. Let's check the under 1600 section, open up some of those games. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Whoa, somebody already won their first game. Probably just chess.com aborted somebody. So here's one game between, I have to mouse over them to see their names, Classical Prep and Bombadil. Oh, some voice chats. People were helping out and all that, huh? Filet gefilte fish, you're asking how do I evaluate that Sicilian once white set up d4 and e4, right? We'll bounce back around to that game, I think, and I'll give you an answer there. It's really going to depend on whether black had something good planned, because white's achieved their goal in the position that we saw at the end there. This looks like a King's Indian. Black has played bishop g4 and traded f3, trying to win control of these two squares to activate this bishop. White's going to want to try and control the d4 square, and when e5 comes, maybe play d5 and e4 and leave the bishop stuck here. Maybe bishop g2 is a good way of trying to achieve that. The point is, like, this is my first instinct move. We control the dark square. e5, we play d5. But then black can play e4 instead of moving the knight. And this becomes controversial. First of all, the bishop's open. Second of all, they're going after this piece. If we retreat it, the knight doesn't have to retreat. It comes into the center. That's plainly good for black. So we kind of have to go into madness, and maybe win a pawn. We've won a pawn, but we traded off the bishop near the king. It's controversial, I guess. Maybe it's good for white, but it's also risky. So maybe less risky would be like a slick little bishop g2. Idea if e5 ever comes, you go d5, kick the knight, and play e4 in one go, and keep the bishop blocked for the moment. Cross Online says his gut move here would be knight c3 instead of e3. And how do you want to answer this move? When I say controversial math nerd, I generally mean that people could disagree about a thing. That people could disagree about it. Yeah, how do I want to be more precise about that? Legitimately, I could imagine people having very strongly different opinions about it. So you'd go d5 now, and then against e4 you have knight e4, I guess? Is that what you're thinking, Cross? Even there, it feels like knight e5 is a conceivable pawn sack for black. That's how important it is to get this bishop out. I feel like these pawn sack positions are almost more promising for black than the locked up positions. Looks like white chose knight c3 here. What if queen b3 after knight e5? Yeah. Okay, so we want to get into, we want to get into this knight c3 line. And here, math nerd's asking about queen here. So I guess it's as simple as this math nerd. Black maybe makes some trades, right? And the argument is going to be that this is just the open lines of losing the pawn is going to be kind of better for black than having the pawn on e5. And queen's going to want to defend some of these pawns. Black might want to open up the game if they can with c6, or maybe just do something like this. Look at this extremely direct continuation. We go here, 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 just trying to go after this pawn. I guess it might be important to prevent white from playing e4. Removing some of the pressure on the e file? I don't know. And maybe at some point, you know, white can play a move like bishop e3, give back the pawn to get the file. You know, you retreat, they come here. Maybe it doesn't always work out for black. I don't know for sure. I'm not an expert on this opening, but I know that getting the bishop open is pretty valuable. So these are the kind of moves one has to consider. In the game, black has played queen d7 here, tempoing the h-pawn. White's going to play bishop g2, I suspect, and then rook e8. So it's like black's still preparing e5, but you can already play e5, so I don't know exactly how you're preparing it anymore with rook e8. Against e5, white's pretty much always going to want to play d5. And then your rook's not even better on e8 than f8 usually. So I don't see the point of this move here now. Yeah. Drink up, folks. I'm dehydrated. You might be too. All right. So Friday night fights. Looks like OBS is working. We can all see the board. Nice. I played against Jay Bonin the other night, who was, maybe he's only 8 years older than me, but I remember him as being like a middle-aged man when I was a kid. So he might also be really old, or I might have just not understood age at that point, and he might only be like 5 or 10 years older than me. But I played against Bonin the other night, and he played such a good game against me. It was incredible. Beat me down. I was like, wow, go older chess players. Okay, so now white gets e4 achieved. Now the move e5, d5, the knight can come to d4. Ooh, that's something for black. So I think this move's actually a little mistake for white here. Dare I say? Yeah, I dare. I don't care. I'll say anything. All right, let's check back to our other section. Whoops, what is this thing doing? Whoa. Okay, so here we've got the Sicilian game, which we had started with. So someone asked about the evaluation here, right? And to me, it rested on, is the move d5 good for black? Which black didn't play, but I'm also not sure how good it would have been. I suppose the knight would want to go in. You'd play knight d2, threatening to win a pawn. Black would trade and white would trade. And looking at this, I guess even this looks like a pleasant advantage for white. So I think that black just didn't really prepare anything that they wanted to do against d4 from white. And now they're just hunkered down in a smaller position than white, right? So white's just quite a bit better here, and now has introduced the threat of e5, and then when the knight moves, queen h7, checkmate. So this move here should force black to take some kind of defensive measure, maybe something committal. A lot of times here you'd play a move like e5 yourself as black, right? Directly blocking what white wants to do. And if you do that, normally what happens is that white plays d5, gaining a space advantage and hurting this bishop. But here specifically, it seems like black might even get some counterplay by quickly hitting us with knight c5. And that made me wonder whether white might not have an unusual option here of plopping the knight on d5. The point being takes, you're threatening mate, so they can't take this pawn. And now we don't have these double pawns anymore. Looks playable, like it's something white could try for. No viral stigma. We're at chess.com's mercy at the moment on that. We've told them that it would be better if it didn't abort classical games because somebody thought for a minute, but it's exactly that. It's something we just have to suffer because we don't have a choice. Well, I mean, we do have a choice. Like, Chess Dojo could organize the tournaments not on chess.com, but yeah, but we've chosen to partner with chess.com for our streams. So yeah, totally wrong to say we have no choice. We Chess Dojo have a choice. Yeah, I think Lee Chess is also, rightly so, quite popular. All right. Small Beak has chosen a defense here. E5. Okay, I managed to predict it. Now, this is a critical choice for Ryan. There's pawn d5. There's knight plops on d5. There's even trades on e5, plus there's any rook move into the center. In different specific moments, any of these moves could be the right move. There isn't a clear principle that says we should trade or we should push or we should hold. No clear principle to it, unfortunately. So logical player, if you put your bishop on f4, it's the London. The London doesn't require you to play c3. But sometimes when you play c4 early, you'll transpose to a Queen's Gambit declined with bishop f4. So, as Viral Stigma says, it's a bit of a yes and no. There are some London systems where you should play c4 instead of c3. So a London player should be prepared to play c4 in the right positions, right? Depending on what the opponent's up to. All right. Since this is such a critical decision for White, let me try and break it down a little bit for us. From a certain perspective, just holding tough with rooks in the center is very logical because you build up pressure, and what you're saying is that if your opponent takes, that you have a superior center, and that the d6 pawn in particular has become weak because e5 and e4 opened up the d file against it. So structurally, this could be very good for White. But by the same token, structurally, d5 could be very good for White. You've got a pawn chain pointing towards the d5 point, which is strong, and then the c6 square, which is weak for the opponent. The base of their pawn chain is d6, and effectively, if you compare this to the King's Indian kind of structure, it's as if White quickly played c4, c5, and traded on d6, or Black played c6 and traded on d5. Which amounts to the same thing and is just considered to be really, really advantageous for White in the King's Indian structure in general. So now White's got the c file to work with, the c6 square, the b5 square, the target on d6. Everything says positionally this is desirable for White, right? So it's not easy to say whether putting a rook in the center and letting Black take on d4 or pushing d5, which is more favorable, because they're both considered favorable structural transitions. then this move here, you wouldn't play in a vacuum because it equalizes the structure. It is done specifically when right after trading you can land a piece on d5 before your opponent can land a piece on d4. You plop this piece. If it hurts them enough that they have to take it, then you get to do this, right? And then you've got this strong passed pawn here. And then it depends. All of these then are going to depend on details, but just at the most basic level, this can be structurally advantageous as well, though a bit more dynamic because your opponent has an okay structure as well. Compared to d5 or e takes d4, which should be just simply good structures for white. That other one is a little bit more dynamic. But that said, the way you choose between all these different things is by, you know, just calculating specifically what happens if black counterattacks the e-pawn. You know, do we keep our advantageous structure, or, you know, they start threatening something here and they play d5. I have the feeling of having a hair in my mouth. Ten tries, but I found it. Okay. So, you know, sometimes black can just equalize it out by actively counterattacking the e-pawn. Here, white never really got to beat up on the backward d6 pawn, for example. Same thing can happen with pushing d5. Is sometimes your opponent quickly plays knight c5, you bounce back, they play like b5, b4 quickly, going after this pawn, and sometimes it works out for black, and sometimes it doesn't, right? Maybe here it doesn't. We have b4, kick the knight. They don't yet have rook and queen on the c file to do some tactic against these pieces. And if they just have to retreat, and we can just put a rook on the c file, answer this like this, then we've got the space advantage in this area, and we will eventually have a lot more pressure on b5 than they have on b4, and we'll show a big advantage for white with the bishop breaking this area, queen attacking this pawn, knight attacking this pawn. So in this position, like the very first things I'm looking at suggest that d5 might be pretty good for white here. I definitely did not see anything really specifically counterplay potent for black with knight c5 against d5. That said, this idea of opening up this diagonal is an unusual option, but it's also an option here for white. Well, maybe black could take this way and push. Well, that's refuted. We can't do that as white. So there's no knight d5. There could be trades and then knight d5, maybe. Let's check the same tactic. Loses for white. Okay. So, I mean, it's almost nice from white's perspective when something's eliminated and you don't have to waver between 10 different options anymore. It's only 8. We don't want to play knight d5 with or without this trade. So, pretty much, we're looking at d5 or putting a rook into the middle of the board. And I think just d5 is pretty reliable here. What would you do, folks in chat? What's your take on this moment? Oh, we got a choice. We got a choice from Ryan. D5. Notice Ryan spent 8 minutes on it. That's a considerable amount of time for a positional move versus a tactical move where you have to calculate a lot. But this was a critical moment, and Ryan had played the first 10 moves in about 5 minutes, right? Basically just the 30-second increment times 10 moves. So Ryan had plenty of time to think for even 10 to 15 moves potentially, if this seemed really important to Ryan. I approve of trying to wrap it up within 10 minutes. You have the time, and from a certain perspective, if you have the time, why hoard it forever? But on the other hand, it's still a positional decision. You're going to have some tough calculations later in the game, so I don't like to waste my time, so to speak, or just be completely loose with it. So I think this was a good think and a good decision. All right. I'm feeling weird, like the lighting's wrong, or my eyes are fuzzy or buzzy or something, staring at the computer screen, and we're just getting started, so I'm trying switching positions, standing up. The problem may be last night that one of my kids got up at 4 a.m. and didn't go back to bed, and neither did I. That might be how I'm experiencing today. Might be just based on that. So Dose is saying that we've created an outpost for black on d4, but the black pieces just can't get to d4 enough at the moment for that to be a factor. You'd have to have a knight go towards that square from one of these squares, which are all controlled by white. White's also got the bishop and knight controlling that square. This piece can't really get around. To turn that into an outpost is a 10 million step process, so I would say we don't need to worry about black using d4. Gefilte Fish says, can we look at this with the idea of sacking? So basically something like this, right? And now there would be f4, huh? Queen d3 seems to save white. Otherwise, black would be recovering their piece sacrifice here in very good shape. Black would have the advantage if there weren't queen d3. But queen d3 is very strong. This position here, the black king will be surely hunted to extinction. No way out of that box. And after a move like this and white saves the piece, no, there's no compensation for a piece here, really. It's just not playable. And then finally, I was suggesting the queen would go here, not d2. From here, she fights for these squares and defends e4, but it's true I didn't calculate this move, which is a major problem with my queen e2. Completely refutes it, actually, because I would want to do this and just say that bishop's really valuable and I've got a4 and stuff, but then I'm sacking this pawn by accident and just dropping my center. So my queen e2 is completely wrong here. Rook c8 was the choice, by the way. Against knight c5, should white do then? Yeah, if you can get 2 pawns, that's definitely an idea. If you can really bully white with your pawn mass. But I think what you can do here for black actually is this. If we can kick the queen off of these squares here, we can try for b5, b4. Oh, I considered that idea before, and I decided that b4 was holding for white, right? Yeah, white gets to play b4 first, relieve the pressure on e4, then it's safely overprotected, and white continues pressing their advantage. Big advantage. So yeah, so I don't think that was too special for black. So small beak plays rook c8, and the idea here is maybe at some point you could have some knight c5 move, and white won't be able to play b4 because their pieces will be hanging on the c file. So white needs to play a precise move here. I would guess rook fc1. That looks like a good move. Defending the bishop and knight, preparing to contest the c-file. The move does everything. Everything. Oh my gosh. Getting up at 4 a.m. is terrible. Despite the best of intentions, I am struggling with my schedule here. Here's the King's Indian we were watching before. Interesting changes have happened. So black, as soon as white played e4, black did go e5 and sink the knight in. Bishop e3, c6, takes, takes. So black backs up with the knight. They could have taken with the b pawn here if they wanted to, which would cover the outpost square. It's only 8:30 viral, which is not late for me. I'm accustomed to staying up till midnight. That's how I scheduled this Friday night fights, to be 8 p.m. to midnight for me. You know, kids in bed and me free to commentate. But, oof, I didn't count on spending the morning with the baby. Okay, white's going after that d6 pawn, and d5 looks weak. It looks pleasant for white, like this to me. Oof. And classical prep collects, or appears to be collecting, a pawn on d6. Black's going to need a really immediate counter to get back at this. Courtney, you know, these aren't private students of mine, but to some extent, I if I'm allowed to, I loosely consider all the members of the dojo to be students of mine, and Jesse's and Kostya's. And yeah, we're playing fairly long games here on Friday nights. We play rapid chess tomorrow morning, Saturday morning. But yeah, there's one group here that's playing 45 minutes plus 30-second increment. So even a 30-minute game would be an hour per player, 2 hours for the game. And the second group is playing 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. So they can play, you know, easily 4-hour games with that time control. I agree, Stigma. I agree. I mean, all right, and this is the right move from Bombadil. Going for it. Stirring things up. Yes, sir, Bombadil. So rook takes c4 is the first thing that we notice. Second thing is that if white takes like this, they're going to get opposite colored bishops, and tactics are going to come in this way. Maybe the knight's best move is something sort of meager like this, but you hit the rook, and then when it moves, you get at least one pawn back immediately, and the bishop's pressuring. Damon, you're tempted to sack the exchange here? Or to take the knight and pawn that way? Yeah, okay. You'd be tempted to win a second pawn now, right? Well, maybe it's a little less tempting if I point out that black immediately gets one of the 2 pawns back. Well, unless we go after b7 and try and say, hey, we still got that extra pawn. It's perhaps reasonable. Right, and so if white does nothing, Stigma points out another thing. Black could play bishop f8 in some case, maybe to try and trap the rook, although they'll have to calculate carefully. Rook takes knight on f6. A lot to consider right here for classical prep. One of the moves that occurs to me is knight to d5. Like this, going after f6 twice probably doesn't give black a lot of choices or time to play moves like rook takes c4 when you're threatening something bigger. And if knight takes, then you take like so. The idea is you trade off this knight, so now your rook always has this square. But here also there's going to be some counterplay for black with immediate rook coming down to c2. There's stuff in the air. Black's shaking up the situation. So this knight d4 is definitely a good practical choice for black. I apologize. I'm casting about for anything that's going to keep me up for a couple hours. I don't drink coffee, so just a tiny drop of chocolate has a powerful effect on me still. All right, if I put myself in white's shoes, what would I do? Those are the options. Knight d5, bishop d4. Maybe b3, but I'm uncomfortable leaving my stuff hanging like that. I wonder if b3... I wonder if b3 could be a move. Okay, well, let's find out. What can black really do if we just play b3? I mean, here, boom, die. White wins. King g7. Should be similarly fine to just bring this here. Just winning for white. So the rook can't really be trapped by the bishop f8 move. If you could play b5, that would take advantage of the knight that's hanging on c3. You'd bust up white's position. Maybe. I mean, even then, maybe white would have c5. Yeah. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe white should just b3 it up. But classical prep's choice is c5. very committal for that bishop on b6 that can't really move now. The rook attacking the knight on f6 is kind of annoying. It's limiting black's options, and the knight can't really move anywhere. I mean, technically the knight has the h5 square, but that lets white play knight d5 and rook d7 moves. So it's almost like you need the knight there, but it's under uncomfortable pressure from the rook, and indeed, fairly quickly, black moves the knight away. Idea, bishop f8, let's say. Version 1 of this is to play bishop f8 and then take on c5. And to me, yeah, rook d7, knight d5 are sort of obvious moves 1 and 2. Hard to say what's wrong with rook d7. That's a pretty clean move, just coming to the 7th rank and attacking the b pawn. Not clear what black would do about it. Maybe attack c5 and let white take b7, but should be pretty good from white's perspective. I think rook d7 looks nice and white's overall doing well. Let's maybe bounce over to our other position for a moment, see what happens after d5, rook c8, a4. A4 slightly runs the risk of black plunking the knight and then playing a5, and you can't ever chase it out. But black plays the move that white would desire. This is exactly the move white would desire. a6, like you're scared of white coming in, but now the b pawn needs defense. The bishop doesn't have a6, and white can take more space with b4 when they want to. White can attack that pawn in this diagonal as well. There's a maneuver where you go rook c1, queen e2, and then you go bishop d3, and you poke that pawn to get some other weakness or concession out of black. Yeah. To me, it seems like this game's going pretty well for white. The reasoning behind a4 I don't know so well myself, because I wouldn't have played it. Yeah, b4 is a threat for knight c5. That's why I was thinking when white played a4 and they no longer have a3, black may have a moment where they can kick the queen and then play a5. And then there's no longer b4. So you try to lock up this side of the board to hold white at bay. Block white's access to these two weak pawns by having the knight on c5 in the way and well defended. And say you're never going to move it out of the way. Seemed like potentially a good option for black against white's a4 move. So again, the moves I would really consider here are moves like rook c1 and b4 stopping knight c5. Rook c1 defending these pieces so that later you can play b4 more easily. That was kind of like what was on my mind. Now we get a very slow move on the king side with h3, stopping knight g4, but encouraging knight h5 to f4, which is going to be better against that pawn structure now. Where are you more likely to use the second rook logical player? That's the question you ask yourself. when picking which rook to place here. And also thank you for the great question. That's going to help me to stay awake and provide some commentary. So basically, if you think there's like a good chance you're going to play f4, then you would play rook a c1. Or if you think you need to overprotect the e-pawn, then you'd play rook a c1, keeping the option of rook e1 to overprotect the e-pawn. But if you think you might play b4 a5 or a3 b4 or b5 or something, then you leave the rook over here where it has more use. So to me, this is a play on the queenside position. Why? There's already an open file there. 2 are pawn structure points in that direction. 3, your opponent's got more pieces at the moment on the king side than on the queen side. To me, a little bit. So I would just aim towards the queen side. In which case, rook f to c1. All right, so knight c5 comes in relatively quickly against h3. Now white's got to drop that queen back. Notice that black does not have bishop a6, so you could go to e2 without losing material like I did earlier in my comments. Classical prep, play the move we discussed, rook d7, looking at the pawn. And yeah, hard to defend that one. Viral Figma's got a game. Newly going against Kuru. Is this like a center game? Or no, it's a Scotch, probably. Bishop c5 Scotch. Cool. Yeah. Opposite side castling position, very fun. Very fun position they have there. Black seems to have lost a c-pawn in exchange for a lot of development and sort of a caro. Oh, that's because it's not a caro, right? It was this center counter where black ended up just sacking the d5 pawn and then trading queens. Oh, white is going to be pretty comfortable with an extra pawn in an endgame like this. Well, it's not like an endgame, but a queenless middle game. Definitely very pleasant. These 2 pawns here in the middle of the board. Very good position for white. Knight c5, white takes it. Ooh. A miserable option. When you're forced to do it, you're sad to do it. When you're not forced to do it, you shouldn't do it. I don't really see that it was forced. So I'm going to guess that it was not a good move. Let's just see what happens if we back up. Any tactics? That would be the position that somebody was asking me about before, where you get the 2 center pawns for the piece. And it can be potent, although I'm not sure where the queen goes. You can't play d5 because of this yet. And if white blockades these pawns, then maybe it's not going to be good enough to match up with the piece. b4 follow-up, kicking the rook, but it's not too disastrous. The rook can go back, and it's not hurt as much as a knight is. The rook's happy to just be anywhere on the c file. It doesn't need to be in the thick of things on c5. A knight on c5 getting hit by b4 becomes really bad when it retreats to d7. So this b4, the meaning is completely different depending on which piece black has here. Here I don't think it's too effective or bothersome for black. All right, what did black do? Bishop f8. So here white could trade the pawns with rook b7, bishop takes c5, but chose to hold on to the extra pawn. Black then can defend the b7 pawn with this rook. White comfortably gets a rook trade. Time to plop the knight on d5, I guess. Right after doing so. There's that trade. Knight comes to a great square. White is very joyful here. This is a beautiful pawn majority, 3 against 2. Healthy. The candidate pawn is in front of... I don't know what the not candidate pawns are called, but we can call them the supporters for today. This is the candidate because it's the pawn that can eventually queen. And I'm calling these guys the supporters today. They do this and help that guy go. If the candidate is back on c2 or c3 and black controls the squares in front of it and it's blockaded, then it's much harder to make use of the pawn majority, right? And it's a lot less likely to be enough to win a game with. Here the pawns are in such great shape that I would guess white's position is winning at a Magnus Carlsen level. The players probably know that I'm commentating Courtney. It depends if they've been to Friday night fights before or not, and how well they, navigate Discord or Twitch commands or whatever to find that information. But the information's out there that in general at the start of Friday night fights I commentate for a few hours. And those who've been around for a bit know that while they're playing, they should silence the stream and not listen to what I say about their game. And then when their game's done, that they can go back and check the recorded video to see what I thought about their game in the heat of the moment along with them. Compare their thinking with mine. It's really fun to see somebody else comment your game. It hasn't happened to me a ton of times, but a couple times. Okay, what are the indicators to start activating your king? Astrological player, right? I find it a confusing idea to start using the king in the endgame, right? So yeah, you're supposed to start using your king in the endgame, and it's really related to the question of what is the endgame? Like, what's the difference between the endgame and the middle game? How do you know if you're in the endgame? How do you know if you should use your king? The answer to the two questions is a little bit one and the same. When the chances of your king getting checkmated are starting to disappear based on the number of pieces on the board and whether or not those pieces can create a mating net, right? When the chances of your king getting checkmated are starting to drop towards 0, that is both when you are in the endgame, roughly speaking. It's not an exact science. But roughly that's when you're in the endgame, and that's when you should activate your king. Okay, Stamen says g4 might be a problem for black here. Trying to deal with this knight on the side while you're dominating it with the one here on d5. I think I may see an answer to g4, Stamen. What if black gave check and then brought the knight in here? Here the knight comes back towards the middle of the board from h5 without any disaster. Okay, Mathner, I think, is responding to the previous discussion of is it time to bring the king to the game versus the question about g4, right? When do you know it's an endgame? When do you know it's time to bring your king? And Mathner says, well, your king can only get so close right now. If you went to f1, you can't go to e2, and you can't go to e1 because of knight c2, right? So sometimes you want to bring your king towards the center and join the fight, but you can't yet. Now, maybe you can't yet because you were wrong in your judgment and the opponent has too many pieces and it's too dangerous to come out. Or maybe you want to come out, but they've got a piece in position that's stopping you from coming out, right? When that is the case, you might have to find a way to arrange to do what you want to do. So here, for example, you want to go to e2, but you can't. Okay, can you trade the knight, you ask yourself. Maybe you just need to trade the knight, then you can play king e2, king d3. Okay, let's say we see no way to trade the knight. Then we think about, can we go king e1? No. How do we set up king e1 then, we ask ourselves. Okay, maybe rook c1, getting out of the fork. Once we've played rook c1, then maybe we can go king e1, king d2, king d3. So basically, there's two ways. Like if you think I should bring my king in, and then you find an obstacle to bringing it in, there's two different conclusions you could come to around that generally. One is, oh, I guess I was wrong. I shouldn't bring my king in just yet, right? There's still some major issues. Or two, okay, there's something preventing the king. How do I go about doing what I want to do? A lot of times in chess, you want to put a rook on an open file, but your opponent has, let's say, a bishop controlling that square, and you want to play rook c1. You have to be creative about figuring out how to do what you want to do. Can you chase the bishop away? Can you block the diagonal? Can you play a4, rook a3, rook c3, and bring the rook to the c file on a different square? It's the same thing for your king here, right? If your king can't get in, maybe you look, is there some way to change the position, change some of the tactics and possibilities such that I can do the thing that I want to do. Okay, rook d1 was the choice in the game. Black takes on b6, and white throws in knight e7 check instead of taking the piece. Yeah. Black blundered here, and white had thought a long time about rook d1, and when bishop b6 came, did not hesitate, played in 4 seconds and 2 seconds these two moves. So they had seen this possible trap and knew what they wanted to do if it happened. So that increased white's advantage. We see white using a lot more time than black, and yeah, that's showing up in the move quality too. White seems to be very, not only have good ideas, but white seems to know what black's trying to do, right? And be taking that into account in everything that white does. It's all taking into account the opponent, their presence, their ideas, what they want to achieve. Yeah, very good stuff from Classical Prep in this particular game. Let's click on one of our other games for a moment. B4, rook c1. preparing to fight for the c-file. But I have this like suspicion like black might be okay, just off of white trading that really good e3 bishop. Nothing has really changed since we last saw this game. Just, you know, the rook came out. Maybe knight h5 f4. Maybe something else, but at the same time you have to watch out. I mean, I considered this move to connect the rooks and then just queen e3. And I think there's no way to really protect the pawn. Oh, there's rook takes c3, so the queen can't take yet. So you could do something like just here. Okay. Okay, so I think black can do this and just coordinate the pieces. That would be good. That would be pretty good in my book. Queen d7, rook fc8, counter white on the open file, challenge them on it. Yeah. I like that even more than throwing the knight like this. Hey MC, how are you doing? How was Budapest? Friday Night Fights is a weekly time for classical chess. You lost all your rating. Ay, ay, ay. So the players were tough, huh? Well, don't let it be a setback that hurts you too much. I once traveled to Russia and lost a bunch of rating, but you know, rating comes back. What I didn't realize was like how traumatized I was by the experience, and so I got into a bad space after a month of getting beat up in Moscow, and came back not properly enjoying tournaments anymore, and it really messed with me for a super long time. So hopefully you can find a way to be not too hurt or negative about some other people being really good at the game. Okay. Yeah, you can't let your confidence get too blasted. And I would also remind you, and this may be a total miss for you, because it's really personality dependent, but it's exactly what I needed to hear in a similar time as you, so I'll say it just in case. You need to remember that from a certain perspective, chess is a game, it's supposed to be fun, right? Like, you know, you could be working in a factory or something like that, and instead you're playing a board game, right? So you have to remember it's supposed to be fun. And if it isn't fun, then, you know, take a break or try to fix it. But you're not supposed to play tournament after tournament sort of suffering. You know what I mean? You definitely should not suffer or muddle through it. Queen c8 played from black. It's fine, but I don't know what it does about the rook. And I know we've got a good question here from NVIDIA Options, and NVIDIA Options, I will answer your question about the bad bishop in a moment. So that's good. MC is always grateful about the chess life. That's really good. I'm glad to hear that. And if you're ever struggling to enjoy the tournaments, if you're, feeling bad about your self-confidence or your play or your rating or anything that it might be, the thing that I needed to do, and that can work for anyone at any point, I think, is think back to when chess was super fun for you, and then try to recapture some elements of it, whether it be, who you were playing with, or where you were playing, or whether you had like a good coach or a good training partner, or whatever it might be. You were playing a lot of bug house, who knows, right? Like, try to recapture the happy times of chess for yourself, and then that can often get someone out of it. Yeah. All right. So LJD Chess and NVDA options are talking about this bad bishop on e7 and what to do about it. I'd love to get a red click here, chess.com. No? There we go. Oh, for a second. All right, so this bad bishop, they're saying, hey, it's hurt by this d6 pawn. How do we get into the game? There's an idea of going h6 and then eventually bringing the bishop out to g5. Knight h7, bishop out to g5. That is possible, but I don't love playing h6. To me, h6 is really committal and kind of weakening. Personally, this is maybe weird, but I think I would just leave the bishop on e7 for a while and improve the rook and the knight. I like the idea of queen here out of the way of the rooks, get the rooks on this file, then potentially bishop d8. So I've got the option to come out here, just an extra option, and knight h5 headed to f4. So that's how I feel about it. I think maybe I'm too dogmatic not wanting to play h6. I really don't want to play h6 though. Now let's quickly check the tactics that MC is referring to. So MC says in the game position, black's threatening rook takes knight, and that if you go bishop d1, black has knight takes e4. Yeah, it's just honor system, of course, MC. And yeah, that's worked out for us so far. I don't think the dojo really has anybody whose idea of the best way to spend 3 hours is to play against someone else from their dojo community while listening to me and trying to use the things that I say to beat a peer of theirs. It doesn't really strike me as worth much of anything, really. I don't see what anyone would get out of it. You get more out of playing your own moves and then later listening to the VOD and comparing your own moves to what I said. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Courtney. That's very sweet and much appreciated. I'm definitely planning to stay in bed tonight, no matter how much she cries. Do folks understand MC's tactic here with knight e4? It's kind of a cool thing. There's two pieces defending e4, but there's a problem for each one, right? Like this one, there's the rook behind it, and this one, then she's not defending the knight. So the c file kind of comes through there. And so against rook c3, MC told us another tactic is knight e2. That defends the rook, so white's not as tied up on the c file, right? But now MC says bishop d5 might work with the idea of takes, push. And again, it's important that the queen's defending this bishop. If you could just go queen b3, pawn takes knight, queen here, maybe white would be perfectly comfortable with that fancy trade, right? Tactically, that would have just been a fancy trade. And you might say, well, now the bishop's good, and maybe there's play for white, right? This knight could try to head to f5. Structure's close to equal, but it could be something for white, except there's rook c2. You know? So that bishop d5 seems to be sound. So MC's saying, you know, we were all thinking about, you know, what do we do about this bishop? How do we optimally arrange the pieces? And black Smallbeak may have just given white some kind of weird, insoluble problem with a momentary awkwardness on the c file. That's exactly why I said you have to be careful about these b4 and a4 moves, and you want to start by, you know, coordinating the rook and fighting for this file. So yeah, most people try to force tactics too early, logical player. At the same time, they might not notice when there is this kind of surprising, just this tactical juice that just allows for some weird harassments and forces your opponent to do something that they don't want to play. I mean, does bishop b3 do anything different than bishop d1? Knight takes rook c1, queen takes rook c3, so that doesn't help. Is there a better square for the knight instead of e2? Seems to still work for black. Oof. I mean, anybody believe in the move rook a3? I mean, this was a real spanner in the works, you know. Spanner in the wheels. Spanner in the... He threw a spanner in the wheels. I think it's the wheels. I don't know if... Maybe I got the spanner thing wrong. But anyway, this queen c8, this little thread on the c file, is somehow ruining white's entire position. Rebus Canibus says it's the works. All right, so spanner in the works meaning. We're just going to learn this real quick. What does it mean to throw a spanner in the works, right? I mean, we know what it means as a phrase. It means to prevent something, right? To ruin the way somebody's doing something. But where does it come from? I want an etymology, not a meaning. Set the cat among the pigeons. I'll have to do some more research later, folks. I thought we could just learn it together real quick, but let's see what white's played. Knight to d1 in the game. You can tell if white thinks a long time, 10 minutes here, and then plays an awkward-looking move, that they saw the tactics. But I don't see how white plans to answer the move bishop takes d5 here. A spanner is a wrench. You're correct, MC. You guessed that correctly somehow. A spanner is a wrench. So this way, right, black might be able to take the rooks. And then after you save this, yeah, black's pleasant, slightly better for black. Not the end of the world. So queen a3 from MC takes. Bishop, and then we just come here. Now you will get this though. Takes, takes, boom, with some kind of a position. That said, I mean, queen c4, black's fine. Very fine. Rook c1, yeah, you'll get something similar. Looks equalish to me. From white's perspective, equalish is not bad, given which way the game's going. So, see what happened. a5 played. No, bishop takes d5. That gives white a real moment of respite. I mean, you could trade and then play knight e3 perhaps. Defending the bishop, defending d5, knight f5 later, and even knight c4 later, attacking some of the weak pawns. Yeah, that seems like a costly tempo. I feel like black had to try the bishop takes d5 move if white didn't have a hard refutation for it, and I don't think that white did. More water. Okay, well, you've been given a second chance, I think, Ryan. Smallbeak's queen c8 was not played, I guess, based on the full IM calculations of MC, JGP. It was a powerful move, just on instinct anyway. But for now, the battle rages on. How about this? Pawn takes, queen takes, asks LJD Chess. What does that do in case of rook takes c2? I mean, what you can do is you can sort of temporarily sack this pawn and try and take over the c file and probably recapture your pawn afterwards, which is probably okay, but again, it's going to come... It's going to be, there's going to be a question of tactics. Because, yes, this pawn looks weak, but you still need a tempo to capture it at some point, and the more chaos is going on, when exactly do you get around to it? Maybe this works. Like so. Defend this, hit this. And again, maybe there's some kind of approximate equality coming. Oh, bishop a6. Clever, yeah. That often leads to this. But here's a more complicated version of it with these pieces both hanging, but black still being down a piece for the moment. Maybe this attempt here. This position's a mess, let me tell you. It's a real mess. There's a lot that could happen next here. I can't immediately assess it. I mean, a critical line for black is the move e3, leaving this hanging. If this doesn't look like the most obvious move to you folks, then you should have more of a sense, you can develop more of a sense of sort of initiative. This is a position where it's not desirable to spend a move on something like bishop f8. You really want to be looking at moves like b3 and e3. And, critical continuation is going to be something like here, if queen d4, e2, leaving the rook hanging. If knight check, king here, pawn takes, then you activate the rook very quickly. And you can probably collect this knight after this knight. And pawn takes, the idea is to go knight e4. And like so. Right, and just keep the black pieces very active. Maybe then go for this one, right? And you've got b2 and b1 covered, so yikes. Yikes. So I don't know. That's madness. I can't tell you the consequences of this bishop a6 move. It's a cool move. Let's see. I think there may be a move in the game, so let's just check in on that. a5, knight d2 was played. ab4, knight b3. I'm not sure what the knight's doing there because all these squares are defended by black pawns. This, to me, is an odd implementation of bringing pieces towards the queen side. I would have found just knight e3 more obvious as far as improving white's position. I mean, black still has something to prove, right? Because there's some pieces that are sleeping. Oh, well, yeah, that does it. With one move, MC reveals what's going on in the position. Idea knight c5 and bishop g5. Phooey. Pretty much phooey. White can't yet do fancy maneuvers with the queen because the bishop's not defended by knight e3 yet, right? So you do something like this. Trying to stop bishop g5. Let's say black even plays the move that I hated on earlier, h6, trying to force it through. You can't play queen b4 because of rook c2. So, you know, this is going to be a problem. So knight b3 played by white, and yeah, the knight d7 move looks very revelatory and strong from black. That said, if black doesn't find knight d7, I don't see any other move that looks super good. So that move, when MC said it, it really changed immediately my view of black's opportunities here. Yeah, knight h5 should be a possibility as well. The knight could do great things on f4, and it also opens up this bishop g5 move, which without the knight on f3, just having that threat in the air is immediately annoying. Yeah, good call. For all we know, knight e8 might be playable, but let's not look at knight e8. Because it's strictly worse than the other two. What is what? Me Serb. What is what? This match. It's a match between Ryan K F5 and Smallbeak. Actually, I'm not happy with the fact that we can't really see the players' names anymore. Let me try and just make this a little bit nicer so we can see a little bit more of the players' names. I will just do that. Okay. So they're playing a classical game. And we've got other people playing games as well. You know, like, let's see, what other games do I have? Well, this classical prep versus Bombadil game we were watching earlier finished. So we could see the end of that. This was an exchange up for white. At this point, after this tactic, yeah, not giving black any chances with that rook coming in on the c-file. Yeah, these are classical matches between dojoers. How do I feel about having players relay the moves onto a real board? I play my classical training games online using a real board MC, and then relay the moves onto chess.com. But I've got my board right here, right next to me. And I'll play the moves on my board and then reach over and put them into chess.com. I mean, people should do whatever they like, but anyone who's planning to play in OTB tournaments and hasn't played a lot of OTB tournaments, they often ask us, like, I'm doing all this training, but is there anything I should do to get ready for like going to play OTB? I wonder if it's going to be really different. And the first thing I tell them is, well, you know, how about when you play online, copying as many things about the conditions for an OTB tournament as you can. Obviously, you're not in a hall with hundreds of other people, but, you know, I have a score sheet. I don't have any right now because I just moved from France back to my home. I don't yet have score sheets, but I'll often just use a notebook. So my notebook I do have, and when I don't have score sheets, I'll use my notebook to play games. I'm sure there are score sheets in this notebook right now. Here you can see a page. On one side, there's a poem, and on the other side, there's 2 games that I played, training games from home. So, you know, have a score sheet, have a real board. You know, I like to put on Zoom or some kind of video chat with my opponent so we can see each other thinking. Like anything that you can add that would be something that will be there when you play in a tournament, anything you can do of that kind is just going to help you. So not everyone can simulate every condition, right? But whichever ones you can do it, and it'll help you when the time comes. IQD, not right now. I'm busy at the moment. I mean, I assume you're asking about now and not just in general. Right now, I can't play with you because I'm doing a show on stream here. Okay, so that game was nicely played by Classical Prep from start to end. And over in the chat on chess.com, I see Classical Prep saying to Bombadil, few tough game, want to analyze. You know, so they're offering what's called a post-mortem, my favorite thing in all of chess. And that's a really, really good thing to get as well, as far as, you know, imitating tournament conditions in classical chess. Like, what do you want to get out of the experience? If you can get a post-mortem in online with your opponents, awesome. Awesome thing to do. So, Purple Leopard is Classical Prep and says that a really difficult moment for them is where they've got a choice between several good-looking moves. So right after Black played Knight d4, they had to choose between b3, c5, Bishop d4, and Knight d5. Yeah, we talked about all 4 of those moves while we were watching you as well. I was a little surprised by c5. My instinctive move is to plunge the knight on d5, but it's not totally clean. And then we looked at b3, which is not my instinct, loosening the knight. Normally it's problematic with this diagonal and this file in most Sicilian and I've got mostly experience with this playing Sicilians, right? In most Sicilian positions, Black will have some b5 counter, some knight takes e4 counter. But here we actually couldn't find anything wrong with b3. So actually b3 seemed oddly strong, just super calm b3, and we just didn't even find a next move for Black. You know, it seemed like White would have peaceful time to play whatever they want to next, rook d1, etc. Consolidate, yeah. So, but c5 worked out very well as you played it. So, nothing wrong with that move. Anyway, you can check the VOD on that since we covered your game in pretty good detail. Let's call up one of the other games we had open. So we had this one here. What happened? Knight here, rook c4, pressuring the e pawn. Queen e2. And of course, Purple Leopard, if you have any particular questions for me, that's what I'm here for. Ask away. And if I already answered it in the live stream, I'll tell you, watch the VOD. And if I haven't answered it yet, I'll answer it right now. Okay, so there you go, Queen e2 here. Let's check another game. This was the 2-pawn sack opening. Black may have recovered one of their pawns here on the F file, but I don't think very helpful. White still has 2 extra pawns where it matters. So, okay, Purple Leopard, that's a really good question. We'll go straight back to that question. So, the question for anyone on YouTube is, the general question is, how do I decide between 4 candidate moves, and how should I manage my time in these positions? Right? Time eventually got low in the game. So, first of all, Purple Leopard, I have some instinct at all times about how important a move is. In other words, how much is this move going to contribute to me eventually winning, drawing, or losing the game? You see what I mean? Like, sometimes you may think, like, the best move is winning and the second best move is losing. In that situation, your move is of the utmost importance. It's going to matter as much as every other move you played that game potentially up till that point, right? If you think there's only one winning move, like, let's say you've sacked a queen and rook, you know, and you think there's a mate thing net with your 3 minor pieces, but you don't yet see it. You have to find it or you know you're going to lose, right? At the other end, there are positions where you think, like, the best move is probably 0.5 and the 10th best move is probably 0.45. You know, in other words, a hundredth of a pawn separating the best 1 or 2 moves from each other, and it just doesn't matter at all which move you play. It makes basically 0 difference at all. So, what you're saying with this is a critical position, that's one example of what I'm talking about, right? With knowing what's at stake in a particular move or decision, how important it is, right? This is a critical position is one answer to that question of how important is this next move, right? And really, it's a full spectrum. It's not just critical positions and not critical positions, even though that's the sort of simplified way people think about it, right? But there's moves that matter, you know, 0 to 1%, moves that matter 20%, 50%, etc., right? So a whole spectrum. And largely how much they matter, and I don't do a lot of computer work, but you can think of it this way, largely how much they matter is the difference in evaluation that you think there is likely to be between your best move and your second or third best move. Right? That differential is how much you might be giving up if you just guessed and played an instinctive move, right? And if you think that differential is tiny, then to some extent you just want to play quickly. And if you think the differential is huge, then any time you invest on it is going to be worth it almost, right? So, and everything in between. So here, you know, in your specific example here, how critical do you think this next move is for white? Well, it looks like a slightly important move. Slightly important, right? It seems like, oh, this could make a big difference. You know, if I play b3 or I play knight d5, you know, trading this knight, you know, am I going to get my rook trapped on d6, or am I going to lose a pawn back to rook c2? Right? Evaluating something like this, you know, am I going to lose my extra pawn or something like that? But if I ask you, how big a difference do you think there is evaluation-wise between these moves, right? We're probably at kind of a medium level here, like maybe half a pawn difference, right? It's not, you're not going to win or lose a piece based on your choice. Even if your rook got trapped, it would probably be an exchange for a pawn sack. You know, it's not going to be the end of the world. And your rook's not really going to get trapped. So the difference between the best of these 4 moves and the least good of the 4 moves is probably like half a pawn. So it could matter a bit, but it's also not something where you need to calculate super, super carefully because you're going to win or lose the game on the spot. Then, so first have a sense of like, should I be spending 5 minutes on this move or 10 minutes or 20 minutes, right? My first sense would be that the maximum time that I will spend on a non-calculation move is 10 minutes. That's a current rule of thumb I have. But that's for 90-30. You're playing 45-30, so you might even have a maximum of like 7 or 8 minutes on a non-calculation move. See what I mean? Because maybe 3 times in a game you could expect to have a move where you really have to calculate. So you have some kind of limit, and that gives you a sense. You're like, okay, this isn't like a move where I'm going to win or lose a piece or a queen or something like that. But as far as positional decisions go, this is going to be one of the bigger positional decisions, right? Am I allowing counterplay or not? Am I opening a file or not? Do I need more time to consolidate, or should I, push the position? Should I take the pawn on d4 and let their bishop out with opposite colored bishops, right? So among positional decisions, it's going to be one of the more important ones probably. So to me, I'm immediately calibrating. If it's a 90-30, it's kind of like a 8 to 10 minute decision for me. If it's 45-30, maybe a 5 to 8 minute decision. That's my first sense. Then as I start looking into the moves a little bit, I might hone that. Like I might quickly decide, oh, this move looks really safe and like it's as good as I expect any move to be. Let me just double check it and play it faster, right? So if I start looking at, I don't know, some move, right? And it just starts to become clear to me, like b3, I can't find anything for them to do really, and I'm up a pawn for nothing, and I didn't have to make any commitment. Then that could become like a 2 or 3 minute move instead of a 5 to 8 minute move, right? Because I say, oh wow, actually they don't really have anything going on, and I can't imagine I've got a move like that's really better than this, If the move starts seeming, because you've also got a barometer of the evaluation, right? A barometer of how critical things are, and a barometer of the evaluation. So if your evaluation is like, I'm approximately up a pawn, I don't know if my opponent has a little bit of compensation or a medium amount or none, and you find a move and you're kind of seeing like, oh, I'm holding my pawn, they've got no tactic, no real counterplay, then you're saying like, oh, well, this is like basically as good as I expected the position to be, right? I'm up a pawn for nothing. This is just a good scenario. It's unlikely you've got something even better than that. You see what I mean? Like you find a line that's basically at the extreme of how good you think your position is. You're like, okay, that's probably as good as it gets. I don't need to go looking for more than that. Or here's another one where I sort of was able to sort of decide a move pretty quickly. I decided I did not like taking on d4 as soon as I saw just knight moves and black's going to play rook c4. I just thought you've got opposite colored bishops and you've activated their piece. There's like a clear feeling of some chances and some counterplay for black. This immediately seems to be sort of towards the bottom end of my expected evaluation. Does that make sense? Even though I noticed, white can maybe still grab this pawn over here, maybe hold on to a second pawn instead of one pawn, I still wanted nothing to do with this. My instincts were just against it. Maybe black goes rook d8 heading towards d2, and all these dark squares are creaky, and I just didn't want it. Very quickly decided that. So sometimes one or two of your 4 candidate moves you'll quickly be able to reject or say, hey, it's so good I don't need to check the others. Then there's the question of in what order to look at your 4 candidate moves, right? So sometimes you want to give a quick check to each of the 4 moves to get a quick sense like, oh, is there any like tactic on any of them that eliminates one of the moves? Other times you have a strong instinct that one move is right or that one move is critical. I often like to calculate first a move that I think is going to be very like critical and like calculation-y. In this case, the closest to that would be a move like bishop takes d4 or knight d5. Because sometimes by calculating that move, it helps me to understand what's going on in the position, and I can apply what I learned from it to the other moves. Also, a calculation-y move is more likely to clearly work out or clearly fail to give me an obvious evaluation so I know if I'm playing that line or not. Whereas when you look at something like b3 and then there's no captures or anything, it can be harder to evaluate sometimes. So sometimes I'll start with the more calculation-y, critical-looking moves. The variations will either tell me the balance of the position, what I want to do next, or what would set me up for a tactic that's not working now. Or I'll be able to quickly eliminate a move or decide on a move based on the move succeeding or failing. And if you've got 4 moves and you eliminate 1 and there's still 3, the other place I'll go is my instinctive best move. So you've got some kind of instinct like, I think c5 looks like the right kind of move. Sometimes I'll just look at the move that I think looks the right kind of move, and if I don't see anything wrong with it, I'll play it without going through all the candidates. It can be very hard to compare the evaluation of 4 different positions that are between plus 0.8 and plus 1.2, right? You calculate 3 moves in each of 4 lines. Maybe there's 2 or 3 branches on one of your lines. So now you're considering like 10 different positions with evaluations between 0.8 and 1.2. Very hard to judge which one is better than the other. You start to get confused and spin your wheels for a long time. But that's also a sign, if you notice that the evaluations are pretty close, it's another sign that you actually shouldn't be spending so much time deciding between them. The truth is that the harder it is to figure out that evaluation difference, the less worth it is to spend the extreme effort on doing it. Yeah. Hey, Matt, welcome. Yes, if you've joined the arena, then you're probably waiting to get paired for the first time. Yeah, Purple Leopard. So you could say b3 is solid and then just play it fairly quickly based on that. 6 minutes or even faster. In my case, I would say after b3, I was surprised to find absolutely nothing for black to do. And then I thought, like, nothing is likely to be much better than b3. If c5 is better or knight d5 is better, it's not impossible that they're better, but it's impossible that they're better than b3 by more than like 0.1 pawn. Therefore, I could play b3 and save 5 to 10 minutes and know that I've played a good move and have that time for a harder move later in the game. So that's the kind of the thought on that. Okay. Viral Stigma says, I finished my game already. Is it possible for you to go over the game from last week? You've got you did 5 hours of analysis on your game. Nice. Yeah, you're very welcome, Purple Leopard. And, you know, you played a great game, and you also asked a really good question about it just now. So you're definitely going in a good direction with your chess. Viral Stigma, I think maybe I'll pop back to some of the live games, and I'm so pumped that you did 5 hours of analysis, but I think maybe we could look at your game if there's a lull here, or on one of my shows where I go over games that people have already analyzed, you know? Like, did you upload the analysis somewhere where I could look at your analysis as well as the game? Because it might be cool for me to even look at the analysis. You did it on the Dojo. Okay, cool. Yeah, so maybe drop me the link to your game, the Dojo link to your game, and I'll call it up whenever we seem to find the right time for it. What's happened in the last 3 moves on this board? So we had Queen e2 defending the e-pawn, Knight d7 preparing bishop g5, Bishop d3 forcing a trade. So this rook c4 move didn't actually help black. As if folks remember, in this position, we thought of maybe knight d7, going for bishop g5 faster, right? But the rook move just exposed the rook here, so white's able to play bishop d3, get the rook to the c file, and not suffer from bishop g5. That being said, white is still a long way from recapturing the pawn they lost on b4. Black's got a great outpost on c5. The bishop might come out. It looks promising for black anyway, for sure. Exactly, the post-mortem show, Matt. Okay, it didn't let you do it, but I can see it. I can see it. I'm sorry that you had to get hit with a stick by Mubot, but I've got your game up here in any case. You started playing at 11:30 p.m. for you and went past 2 a.m. Oh, great. Oh, I saw part of this game. I saw this moment with a4. Rook a5 was clever. Knight c6. You've analyzed knight g4s. Both knight g4s, good. Now knight e4 blockading their pawn, but rook h5 was really strong. You couldn't make it work. Yeah, I figured you'd planned a4. I'm having a quick blitz around on this game. If we switch views, we'll switch views for a while. It won't be so quick. Okay, and our other live game here was this endgame. White goes knight h4, black covers it, rook e4 hitting the knight. Woo! This is a good puzzle right here. Frobisher to play. I think Frobisher will find this tactic that white may or may not have in this position. But let's give this position to all of you so you can do a little bit of work. All right. Oh my gosh, it might not work. That's true. Okay. All right. In any case, folks, think about this position for a minute. White to play may be something interesting to calculate. Yeah, this is the kind of position I like to put in my calculation puzzles or exercise sheets or tests for students, where there may or may not be a tactic. You know, if this were in a tactics trainer, you might all find it in 2 seconds and be like, oh, it's a tactic. It must be some kind of tactical move. But in my puzzle sheets, I always like to put some positions where the tactic doesn't work. So you don't know for sure if it's working just because you see an idea. All right, look at that. Frobisher goes for knight takes f5. In chat, Josh was saying G4 would be Joshua's choice. Yeah. King E8, knight takes D6, King G8, and Rook E2 defends knight E7. Okay, I think Purple Leopard is calling out a critical variation here. After Rook takes, Bishop check, King G8, the Rook defends knight E7. So if you go knight E7 check, the Rook escapes and you've lost. A little bit worrisome, right? So what do folks think? Is this going to work out or not, this knight F5? Let's see, we've got to move. Knight F5 played, check. King G8. Knight takes D6. Right, where's the bread? Found the tactic. These players are playing 90-30, by the way. They've spent already about 60 to 60, yeah, about 60 minutes each on the game just to get here. So here, it didn't work for white, right? Black gets away with an extra exchange. So let's go back to the moment where I had us calculate. Rook takes A2 has just been played. And you're saying white could play knight E8 and try to win with the D pawn. Quite humorous because the knight is going to be defending the D7 square as well as the D6 square as long as we don't burn the check. So if black plays rook here, getting behind the passed pawn, as they sometimes tell you to do, white can try to just keep pushing it. Well, that's a bad example because I attacked the knight cleverly. But let's say I went here as well, a plausible move. White could do this, and the knight's defending the pawn. So the pawn's pretty dangerous, although I still think, I believe in black's pieces being able to handle it. Bishop covers D2, says MC. Okay, that's critical. So what's black going to do here to deal with the pawn? It's hard to move. It's hard to move the black king or pieces. Maybe we should get a tempo with knight F5 going after the bish. And then I think this would be a plausible square for the bishop. Is D6 really a move here? Black could take this, no, MC? With the idea of then rook D2? Oh, you're going to D5? Oh my god. Okay, luckily I saw it right before you said it. Wow. That is extremely evil. What an idea. Ay, ay, ay. Too bad it doesn't work, right? That was creative. It was too much. I mean, he was down a full rook to go for it, but wow. Yeah, super cool. Okay, so alternatively, back to saving the bishop, right? So here. To me, The really plausible option for black at this point is to just go after the b pawn and sack the knight for this pawn. You know, the moment it goes there, just do this. And play this endgame. The a pawn is so strong that black's quite safe in this general shape of an endgame. There's all kinds of other branches to it, like white could play g4, knight d4, d6, you know, rook b3, d7, knight here. They could viral stigma. If black wants to do that instead of rook b2, then I think maybe you start like this with sort of back rank mate. That's going to push the white king away. And you can put your rook here. And I imagine it's also okay for black with the rook behind the pawn. But to me, going after b3 is the cleanest, probably. Hi, Gaurav. Welcome. Okay. So all that said, it feels like this brilliant knight f5 might be a little bit of a misfire, right? So MC was saying g4 here for white, trying to win the pawn on f5, and the idea being the pawn's defending the rook. So you're going to get black to trade on e2 instead of you trading on e4. They're going to trade like this, takes, takes, and white has simplified, and it's still pretty nice. Your g-pawn's kind of holding up black's whole majority. It's on a light square. You'll have bishop e3 as a plan upcoming, and you're doing great. I had a very similar thought as to what I would like to do here, which is perhaps only relevant to MC, but I was thinking to give the check first, and then if black played king e8, take the pawn now. And now I think all the tactics work for white. And if the king goes to g8, then I would play g4 like you. With the same idea that we're messing with the rook and pawn construction. So black can't save the pawn from knight f5 other than by trading. There is this rook d4 move here, but there I take again very boldly. And I'm confident against rook h4 and rook d1 and anything that they do that I have this. And there's nothing really that's going to stop this. You know, bishop e5, f4, even f3 to go rook g2 is winning. So we get the trade, the trade, the trade, the trade, and then their king is so boxed in that I would say it's cold. It's just over. Okay. So we got knight takes f5 in the game. Rook takes e2. Check. King goes to the correct direction. Not king e8, knight takes d6. Check. And we get this exciting position where black is now up in exchange. White's d-pawn's very strong. I don't know if white intended this as an exchange sack to use the d-pawn, or if they missed that the tactic didn't work, so to speak, and now they're spending some time to figure out how to make the best of the situation, because with the d-pawn, indeed, they shouldn't resign just because they didn't predict it. Yeah, if we play knight f5 towards the end of that line, viral stigma, the only thing black could do is maybe bishop f8, trade bishops with the idea of running the h-pawn. But since you have a protected pass pawn, you can bring your king over to the h-file and win that king and pawn ending that way. Of course, yeah, as you trade things, the simpler and simpler positions are all winning for white with the c and d pawns in that endgame, and black having the crummy majority on the king side. So yeah, you can definitely play knight f5 towards the end of that position, among other things you can do to improve your position as white. Exactly, knight f5 is forcing trades, right? So it's definitely a very clean way to play that as white. All right. so thinking about this. Back to Ryan and Smallbeak for a moment. Ooh. Black straightened out the pawn structure. So knight c5, bishop here, queen moves. Threatening knight takes b3 and maybe knight takes a4. White trades, black straightens out the pawns. And look, if white got knight c4, I could actually imagine this working out just fine for white. I mean, it's two connected past pawns, but once it's blockaded by a knight on c4, you won't be feeling either of those pawns at all, really. You'll sit with a crummy bishop defending d6, and who knows. So, yeah, so MC points out maybe knight c2 would have really changed the game here. Yeah, that's basic. That's basic risk management, viral stigma, and I think you're correct on that. For most people who have a bit of technique, +2 with no counterplay is going to be safer than +5 with a mess. Like, of course, you're going to win +5 a lot of the time, but there's going to be, in 100 iterations, there's going to be a couple more accidents. So after knight e3, Smallbeak was able to cut off the knight and trade off the knight. And now it's going to be really hard to blockade these pawns. Plus, black might want to just play f5 and blow up the center because the bishop on b7 will thank you for it. Yeah. All right, guys. We've been staring at the computer screen for 2 hours, so we're going to look away for 30 seconds or 60 seconds, you know, do a couple jumping jacks or something, or some push-ups, or just walk around your room in a circle, shake out your legs. Oh! Whew. Is that why my baby's always waking up, viral stigma? I never thought of that. Just kidding. But yeah, I didn't even go to the gym today because I hadn't slept last night. I was like, what's the point? My body's just gonna fall apart into pieces. I don't think you can build your body when you have not proper sleep or nutrition or whatever, you know. So I just took the day off from that. And I'm winded from doing like a few push-ups. Like ridiculously dead today. It definitely confirms that there would have been no point. F5. That there would have been no point trying to go do a workout. All right. I approve, Smallbeak. Nice move. And honestly, if white takes, maybe you don't even take here because after this, maybe it feels a little loose. Right? Like maybe if white takes, all you do is take with the rook and say, hey, this pawn's like a piece of trash, you know? Defend it if you want to, right? Yeah. Yeah. I guess the only question would be, what if they come around? And I guess then I say, well, yeah, now I can do this. And I'm still threatening bishop d5. I mean, they have to defend it more. At this point. That's just the start, that bishop there. And we've got rook d4. So, Looks pretty abysmal, so let's take a quick look at MC's idea of just exploding things. Normally you need a stronger position for this to work, but here this is sort of I would say a desperation measure is probably what MC has in mind. It's just saying like, hey, the move might not be great, but my position is bad, so I'm looking for the moves that make it harder for my opponent to play. And you know, taking on f5 is bad. I don't think f4 is much worse than any of my other moves objectively. It's just a bad position, so let's see if this move is harder for the opponent to deal with. So likely moves from black are taking or taking. If they take, then this seems to accomplish the goal of wrecking this pawn structure. If you take here, white takes here. And so far it's just been equal pawn trades. This bishop's looking into this isolated blockaded pawn. This pawn's under attack. This pawn could go to d7. I would say this has become scrappier, less easy for black. So then we look at, that was fe4, so then we look at this move. Queen takes, hitting here. Takes. Yeah, looks like white's okay again. So f4 looks good. f3 was played. So f4 looks really reasonable. What else should black do about it? Actually, MC, I think that move might not only be more difficult for black to handle, it might be the best move by far available, because this queen is a little bit far from controlling these dark squares, weirdly. So white's queen is placed to fight for the dark squares and really change the structure in white's favor. You know, I was like trying to say, well, can I just keep the tension since ef4 and fe4 weren't good, right? But I can't go queen e8 because the bishop's on it. I want to recapture on e5 with my queen, not with this pawn, right? So we're really feeling the distance of the queen here. If the queen could come to e7, then f4 probably wouldn't help white, right? You'd be bringing black's queen to e5 and then dying. But, hi, South Africa. But here, this f4 looks pretty good. So let's see the game continuation is f3, which to me looks like it just leaves the structure kind of bad. But I understand where it comes from. You don't want to let this bishop in the game. But now it's kind of static. I feel like rook f4, queen f8. Black can improve the pieces gradually and comfortably. I guess maybe white could do this and doesn't have to worry about that. I guess black should just trade pieces if white goes bishop d7. How to improve calculations. I mean, there's many parts to it. One of the simplest is to practice, right? Bishop a6 looks like the continuation. Okay, just trying to wake up this passer. And then against a move like this, you might not want to go immediately, depending on how you've calculated queen b6. But potentially you play a move like queen d8, covering some of those squares, and you're ready to start pushing soon thereafter. And this piece doesn't really bother you too much. Yeah. I mean, this bishop on b7 is pretty bad. It might make sense to try and do something with it, as well as improving the passers. Yeah, I like that idea. Bishop a6. I think I have maybe too slow and static an approach to advantageous positions. My idea of rook f4 and queen f8 also has the downside that in some case white might play a5, a6. It's like, why am I maneuvering all these pieces over to the king side to do what? This is where I have an advantage, and I'm not playing to that at all, whereas you want to play bishop a6 to try and use the two passers. Yeah. Oh, cool. Well, my thanks to whoever suggested us to you. I can give you a brief spiel of what we're about, or if you have the patience to just watch for a minute, you can see for yourself what we're kind of doing. Although last night I was up at I got up at 4 a.m. for my baby, so I don't have as much energy as perhaps average. MC, you thought maybe f4 even would be stronger. There's a way in which that keeps the white king's position kind of bottled up and bad. But if I can just open a file for my rook, I would have a hard time not playing like Small Beak did, opening the file right away. That's really silly, Matt. I'm sorry about that. Bishop c8. So it is improving this worst piece that we had identified, but I don't know where it's going next from here. Maybe it was partly to prevent this maneuver from white. It might have been defensive thinking, prophylaxis from Small Beak. But, I mean, to me, MC's suggestion of bishop a6 is just revelatory. It's like, oh, that's how other people play chess and then eventually win their games. I see what it's about. I see what it's about. Oh, if you don't know what we're up to here, by the way, Attic Comics and others who might be new, these are viewers playing against each other, right? So these are just people from, our channel or Discord server or training program or something who are just playing classical chess against each other. This is a 90-minute plus 30-second game these two are playing. And every Friday we have these fight nights scheduled. They play against each other. I do commentary. After they play, they come in sometimes and we chat about their games or ask questions. So Asher says, "Hi David, thanks for organizing this event. It was my first fight and I really enjoyed it. I would love it if you could check out my game. My username is A1H8 Diagonal." All right, so Asher likes to put bishops on the long one. We can tell from the username. And let's see which tournament Asher was in. I don't see Asher in the 1600 plus, so probably the under 1600. Okay, in under 1600, cool. All right, so I'll grab the link to the under 1600, copy it, go here, boom, load it up. We still got our game, which is nice over there, and A1H8 Diagonal. Nice, from Australia. Are you really from Australia, if you don't mind my asking, Asher? Traditionally, so the dojo is run by 3 people who traditionally live in the US, and so traditionally we run, not because of tradition, right, but just historically, we run most of our events at sort of US-friendly times, and sometimes to maximize attendance, we have calculatedly put our events in the morning time US, like tomorrow's Rapid event, by the way, folks, which is coming up in, 10 hours or something. And you can find the info under Xland Play. Because that way players in Europe, Africa, and Asia can play in their evening time while Americans play in their morning time. And the people who most have been left out of all dojo events historically have been the Australians, New Zealanders, etc. So this Friday night fight is one of our first consistent events we've been running, which is actually a pretty favorable time for Australians, I think. I think if you're working a work week, Saturday morning is a pretty fine time to get your classical game in for the week. So let's open a 1h8 diagonal and see this completed game with Jill Johnson. Oh, look at that. They used all their time, these two players. You see that? 7 minutes left against 3. Is my screen capture still right for this? Yeah. Right on. Yeah, right now this time is reasonably okay, I think, for Africans. It's a little bit early for Western Europeans, maybe. The time that it's actually kind of worst for people on like the East Coast of the U.S. But, you know, basically it worked out for me to do a time right after my kids go to bed. It's rough for me. I'm tired, you know, this time you all can see. So, all right, so they're playing 45 plus 30, and they're going to use their entire time by the end of this one. So we've got black playing an aggressive pawn sack straight out of the gates to get the advantage in the center and in development. These bishops are going to come out a little bit faster than white's. Oh, flowing pieces from black, right? Just flowing. And I think the queen e2 move, Clock Goblin, is going to be a slightly inaccurate move. I wonder if you were toying with knight takes e5 or castling queenside. Okay, you're aware that it was, to you, some nonsense. Yeah, to me, it's like clear it's going to be imprecise if you're not really threatening anything with it. It'll be more precise to play moves like d3, castles, bishop e3 kind of moves. You were worrying about an f2 blitz. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the fact that this event runs 24 hours, as Matt Chess points out, means that it should be at a good time somewhere around the clock for anyone. But for those who want to be on stream and get commentary on their games, obviously this is the key slot. The fear got you, yeah. I've seen so many people in these kind of positions, Clock Goblin, play moves like h3, right? MC, you're remembering the old series on Chess Kid about the weakest square? I see so many people who have the fear in them, Clock Goblin, playing h3 in these kind of positions. This can be like a really terrible move. In general, worse than queen e2. Because it weakens some related squares. Your opponent can see how to play around it. Plus, it's kind of a wasted move for development. And sometimes they can hit you with e4. Your knight starts wandering. You just don't get back. So, about, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago, when MCJGP was a little kid, on chesskid.com we did a series about how f2 is the weakest square, and we talked about, you know, blitz attacks on it like knight g4, but also how to defend it. And apparently it's stuck in MC's memory, and they're saying castling here is a very good way to deflect the attacks coming against f2. Okay, so we get queen e2. We're not going to dwell on it because Clock Goblin knows it's not precise. We're going to keep going. Castle, castle, bishop g4. This is going to be slightly annoying for white because black's preparing to play knight d4, pop your queen, take on f3, and deface your king's castle, right? Because the pawn structure is going to become just an absolute mess. If your queen were still on d1, you might even be tempted to play a move like bishop e2 here, right? Just to deal with that incoming knight d4. Or if our tempo had been, let's say, the d3 move instead of queen e2, then when this comes in, sometimes your best defense would be bishop e3, bringing out a new piece, right? If you've got a choice of how you want to defend, well, if possible, do it while developing, right? And this would be a very solid position for white. Black would be struggling here to prove that they've got enough for the pawn sack, right? I mean, they've got a nice free position, they've got space, but you're down a pawn, so you've got a little something to prove, right? As black. I wouldn't say you've got zero comp. You know, it's not that you have nothing. You have something for sure. But you have full compensation for a pawn, right? That seems a little sketchy, right? Like you might not quite have that much. Okay, so back to the game. Let's see how bishop g4 gets handled. Knight d4 happens, yeah. Grabs the pawn. Get checked. All right, so white has some tactical hope here with the double attack. Black dodges out nimbly. Nicely done by Mr. Long Diagonal. So the queen retreats and defends the pawn. Bishop probably goes to h3, taking some squares away from the king. You know, there comes this moment in any game where you start thinking about taking away squares from the opponent's king, right? You start thinking like, maybe I could take them all away. Maybe I could get every single one of these squares. So bishop h3, rook here, knight h5. Perhaps opening the queen here, perhaps bringing the knight here. Both are good ideas. Everybody wants to head over here to the defaced castle, right? Gotcha. So Clock Goblin's saying if they thought that a1, h8 diagonal might take on f1, they would have just left the rook there. But as it is, there's no way to make black take. You know, you're just sitting here getting watched by this guy here. Yeah, I think you're correct on that, Clock Goblin. This is a good move, bringing reinforcements towards that side of the board. And if your opponent played queen h4, you might have this kind of a resource, right? So that's very important. You need a defensive resource here. Black plays rook e8. No, I was just calculating. It doesn't work. I was looking at bishop f7, knight g5, knight d6. It doesn't work because this 8th rank is too connected and defended. So bishop e3 is what I was thinking I might play. Oof, you might have to just trade on f4. Oh, yeah, you spent a ton of time right around here, huh? Yeah, rook e1, knight e4. Yeah, white's... They're both burning time together, actually, around here. Yeah. So they understood that the position was super critical, even though it was early in the game. Oh, interesting suggestion from MC. I mean, white also needs to, like, get the rooks connected. Bishop e3 looks pretty good. I was thinking also of bishop g5 as being a candidate move, but I think it probably doesn't work, right? Probably something like this happens and black gets 2 minor pieces. That can be a good idea too, Asher. Yeah, but this is still a useful idea, Clock Goblin. You see what MC's saying. Like, if you have the time, he likes to put the king on h1 because it gives you the option to defend the checkmates on g2 pretty quickly. And maybe even the rook on g1 is kind of an open-ish file where the rook's going to do useful things for you potentially. So that could be another way to handle the position from the beginning after bishop f1. You could go like king here immediately, right? Either they make the trade or you come to g1 in one move. If you were really ready to offer that exchange, then maybe like so would be an efficient way to do it. Okay, so let's see what happens here with this rook e4 tactic, which looks devastating. It defends the knight, and if white takes it, queen g5 should just be checkmate. Okay. So that kind of decided it. Oh, the queen's still coming to g5. That's why you gave the queen, yeah. Oh, you just can't stop this thing once the rook takes. Ay, ay, ay. Well, to give credit where credit's due, I mean, a1, h8 played very aggressively, quite precisely, enterprisingly, and even calculated some, you know, hot moves pretty accurately, right? Rook takes e4, bishop takes f4. Yeah, actually, I mean, they played really well, it must be said. I mean, you know, sometimes a position like this, it sucks, but you save it. Sometimes you just get killed. If your opponent plays well enough, sometimes there's, you know, we can talk about what move would provide the best defense, but sometimes there's no move that would truly defend if the opponent just nails it, you know. Okay, and Asher's giving us another variation from earlier. After knight h5, they were calculating queen e4 to stop this, and then queen f6 with the idea that after white plays something like bishop d2 or e3 or something, they'd go rook e8, queen takes e8, check, and mate. Not recapturing because of rook e8 check. So bring the last piece to sack it and keep going for the mate. Deflect white's queen from this stuff. Yeah, I mean, white could try and hang in there a little bit longer, maybe. Asher with the move queen d5. Idea to come over this way. Had you seen that? I saw you said you thought it was unstoppable. Did you see that potential defensive angle, and did you have a win against that? Yeah, you were thinking that in the position where you're threatening rook e8, there's a hanging rook, so white's probably going to be forced to do it. And I wasn't even really thinking. I just played the most coordinating little move I could do, you know? Just by instinct, I'm like, I got to get this stuff connected. I think that I may still see a pretty convincing move for you against queen d5 for black, but I'm just asking because it's kind of a tough defense, and one of the things to do is whatever level we're at, to push ourselves to just see one more move, right? You don't have to go from calculating like a 1500 to calculating like Magnus overnight, or from being a 1000 to 2000 or anything like that. But whatever level you're at where you're good, and obviously A1H8 played a great game today, right? So we could just say great game and that's the end, right? But if we're always looking to push ourselves a little bit, right, then you just want to go to some of the things you thought of during the game and just ask yourself, what if I try and look one single move ahead of that? Or what if, not a single move ahead, what if I go over the moves that I saw and just see if there was any candidate move that I overlooked or any important option or idea, right? Okay. So Asher says after queen d5, rook e5. And then if rook e5, bishop e5. And now you've cut off the queen from coming across to g5. And so you're back to threatening queen g6. So MC wants to try king h1 then. Hoping to answer queen g6 with the rook g1 and queen h4, going after these kind of mates with queen takes e5. Interesting, right? Now you're fighting Asher against the full force of, international masters trying to save White's position. I think it's a great idea you came up with here with rook e5. I had thought of something similar, which is now what you're saying, is knight f4 trying to block the bishop from this square. And if bishop f4, straight to queen f4. And furthermore, I checked this move queen f7 just to be careful. Your bishop luckily is on f8, but sometimes this kind of a tactic can throw a spanner, now we know what that is, can throw a spanner in the works right as we're preparing to finish off our opponents, right? So good thing we've got bishop f8. Then we continue on with our winning ways. So I think knight f4 is probably a knockout. Seeing as it hits White's queen, blocks out that bishop, and all that. Clock Goblin is saying that they're curious about the calculation of knight e4 here, right? After getting queen safe, so queen g6 check doesn't win the queen. Yeah, well, that's the problem is, your queen is attacked. So in this line, we played this first. Now maybe knight e4 here. With the idea of check, you could maybe block on this square. Pretty good. But when we go knight e4, maybe black does this move, because we've blocked our queen's defense. And now it seems like White's mostly dead. Maybe there's still this move to keep going a bit. Yeah, this move is still alive, actually. Huh. So, not totally simple here. All right. Have a great day at Comics and Collectibles. We'll see you around another time. Yeah. And Asher, hopefully it's clear. It's not about like you had to see all of this, nor is it that we don't think that you could have found a good continuation for black had Clock Goblin tried this defense, right? It's just that, it's just as I said, just like the interesting little thing to always try and push ourselves just to see one more thing than we saw before. You know, that's it. Just if we see one more idea, we've just taken a little step. I want to go back and see one other thing that MC is talking about. MC is saying that potentially white could try a knight d5 move. And I think this also is going to open up a way of thinking and possibilities to us. Knight d5, leaving the queen hanging, but going for this trade. Right? And point is, if black takes, you take. Black takes, you take. White has won a rook for a piece. And gotten queens off the board, and not gotten mated. Really important things for white. And the queen can't yet go to these squares because they're still covered, right? So we're hoping to mess with the queen and then maybe play queen e8 or maybe do something else. So it's a very nice try here. I was thinking maybe this would be a candidate move for black, giving this check with point number one being something like this, although maybe it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, so it doesn't work, and that's not even to mention that king h1 might be good for white as well. So knight d5, that might force the queen back, defending stuff. Where can white's queen go? She doesn't have like a lot of squares available. I'm basically seeing this square. But black hasn't won yet, have they? Somehow white's keeping control of some squares for the moment. Okay, so Clock Goblin was looking to somehow transfer this knight from c3 to g3 to cover the king. Very good. And now you just know one other thing that you can do, Clock Goblin, is this sort of king h1, rook g1 idea from MC, right? To try and shore up some of those squares. So you've got an extra theme that you can deploy. Strangely, as black, I'm not seeing a way to really beat this knight d5 move either. I don't see anything. So not easy. Not easy. Queen f6, bishop d2. Rooks are defended, and then plump. Knight d5 here might also be playable immediately without my bishop d2. Just harassing her. Just harassing her. Because she doesn't have that many squares at the moment. Crazy. You threw, but you got good practice. That's good. I mean, that's bad and good. Good and bad. It's fine. I mean, throwing's a horrible feeling. Totally normal that you'd feel partly bad for a while after a throw. But you got good practice, and at some point you might review the game, Grape, and you might find, I mean, I don't know, I didn't see it yet. You might find that there was something to learn from it, that it wasn't just an egregious blunder. You know, maybe before you blundered, the position wasn't as easy as you thought it was, or you know, maybe there'll be something useful to learn around the throw, even somewhere in there. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's as much as you want to try and see extra, Asher, is just this knight d5 move. And that's enough. You know, we don't need to see 100 things more. All right, let's see what's live. Let's see what's live, folks. Let's go to our tournament and check out a game. All right, so this endgame's still going with the exchange stack, which may have been an accidental exchange stack. Whew, Grape's got a training partner. Watch out, folks. Grape's got a training partner. You're welcome, Asher. All right, rook here. So there was no time to grab the pawn because this one goes. There's maybe the option to check and rush the king this way. But presumably knight b6 and the black king can't actually approach the pawn. And, you know, these pawns are reasonably scary. White could play b4, c5 and stuff. Not totally simple. So black played rook d3 with the idea that if pushed, you can sack and catch. And this king and pawn ending is probably winning for black, even though it looks like an absolute mess. But probably the outside pass pawn dominates all the other factors. And then the second idea would be if white takes here, that black can clean up the more dangerous pawn. Though I'd say even this endgame, you know, it still has some fight in it. Black's maybe winning, but maybe not winning if they make any mistakes. What happened in the game? Whoa, that bishop got to a weird square. Let's check this out. Takes here. Somewhat surprising direction, but not so different from knight e8, I guess, if you end up here. But this, I did not see this reposition coming. With the pawn still here, instead of d6 and the knight has squares to go, like c6, poking it from here while black has saved this pawn. Probably black shouldn't have played a move on f5, right? It was probably not worth the pawn. So now the knight get poked. This bishop comes around here. Crazy. Stops back rank mate. Double check. Oh my goodness. King starts running. Oh my gosh. Are you saying that if black takes, this pawn just queens because the knight's stopping the rook? Weird. That's pretty weird. Seems to hold. Tactically, I don't see the refutation from black, even though I don't expect that to work. So black runs the king towards it, and then rook d3. And that now we've caught up with the live on this endgame. Wow. That rook doesn't have a lot of room to operate, right? Like white could get an immediate draw with king e2, king e3, king e2, just chasing the rook around. Or is black ready to sack the rook anyway and then bring the king? That's an important question. If this move, can black just say, in any situation, I trade like this? So if you go this way, then you just face this thing. And if you go this way, then black has to just queen as fast as possible. And they do. by 1 tempo. So if white changes directions and doesn't take, black's winning. Okay, so if here white rushes towards c4 MC, that might complicate matters. This is against king takes, there's king here. And it just comes in and white wins. I think white now wins this endgame. So here you'd have to go like b5, king c5, a4 takes, takes, king here, takes, king here, takes, king here, here, boom! And white holds black out. And I mean, if anyone, white might eventually win this pawn endgame because of the structure. Well, I'm not going to make you guys sit here while I have fun calculating 20 move king and pawn endings in my head. But let's just say it's obvious that black's not won. So, king e3, king d7, king d4, saving the endgame. King f. That's crazy. King f3 threatening king f4. Black has to play a5 because if black plays king d7, oh no, maybe black can play king d7 and not rush the pawn majority here with this thought. You let white take and you go here and then you queen this. So you do a race, but it looks like you should win the race. That's a simpler solution. I apologize for making it look complicated. Knight takes b6 was just played by white. So MC, you think king d3 does the same thing, but this king comes this way now, and there's no way in. The prize for good chess is more chess. Exactly, Clock Goblin. People used to often come into these tournaments and be like, what's the prize? What are the prizes? That hasn't happened in a long time. They used to come into this. I mean, I mostly ran the Saturday morning rapid tournaments, right? People would come in and be like, what are the prizes in this tournament? I don't know, that you get to play chess, experience, fun. They're like, yeah, but how much are you paying me to watch me play and comment on my game? All right. So you just want to sit forever like this. And if I ever go a5, you go king c4. If I ever go b5, you go b4. So you can hold, seemingly. Cool. I'm believing that, MC. So that tells me that maybe white could draw in this position right here with king e2. What do you think? Do you believe that? Note, folks, the rook has to stay here because if it ever goes away, this queens. And the rook just doesn't have enough room on the file to avoid a draw. I don't even know for sure that white can't play for more with something like this. King e3, rook e4. What does that do for black? Is this move saving black? And rook e8. Okay, so I'll do this out of evil. My plan is to play d7 and knight b6. But maybe you can draw with rook d4 here. I don't believe that this is a good idea for black. I don't see any upside in this position. Nor do I really trust this one. If ever king e7, there's knight c8, and this one just wants to come. So maybe you save it here. And I couldn't go this way because of here, 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 and you can't play knight b6. So I have to go to f3. And then rook d4. I think that may be a draw. All right, let's see more of the game. So rook d3 was played. Trade, c5, rook c6, b4. Begging black to blunder a5. Seemingly just walking into it. You know, if you play king e2 here, your opponent's never going to blunder rook c5. Never. But if you play b4, they might blunder a5. Ain't that right? Anyone with some experience? If you tell your opponent, I'm being clever, they're going to say, how's he being clever? Oh, I see that. Good job. Right? But if you give them a chance to think that they're being clever, it's the people who think they're being clever who fall into sort of blunderous endgame traps. Yeah. Blunder confirmed. Right? At least one person watching chat saw this move and thought, yeah, a5, just, you know, crack apart white structure. And on that note, folks, if black played a5, what's the refutation for white? Maybe there's two. But, or maybe there's none. But here's my thinking. If you take, you've got these isolated pawns. It's not necessarily that easy to win with them. You know, king here, let's say here. Maybe this move. Coming here. Right? I thought, it's not immediately obvious what happens. But I think that if black played a5, by the way, Where's the Bread did not blunder a5, folks. Then this move, I think that should really get us through, keeping these pawns as connected passers. To me, that is crushing. Then we go here, and the piece has... The rook's got no scope, no room, right? Nothing good's happening for it. The knight's covering the opponent's A pawn, so it doesn't matter whether we took it or not that much. It's more about queening our pawns. And yeah, it's hard for this king to even approach things or the rook to ever free itself. Anyway, just some thoughts on the side here. Black's played king e7. And... yeah, now it's a key move for Fabisher. These players started with an hour and a half each. They've had 30 seconds added every move. And they're starting to get to their final resources in this endgame. Okay, king e2 comes in. Now black's got a big choice. They could try a5. Oh. But... yeah, maybe white could take it and just push, push, push. Or they can try to keep improving their king. But it's not easy to get the king through Black's sort of box of defenses here. Here's my little calculation. A5 takes, push, here, push. Knights are so evil, right? So now here, 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 here. You trap the knight, but you lose to your own structure. So I think this pawn just kind of goes. Right? If rook a7, for anyone who didn't catch that, there's this. So we'll see. Black has time. Where's the Bread has time? So they're going to be careful around playing a5. And look at some options here. I guess king d8 to c7 is another option. This rook's not happy here, by the way, folks. It wants to be on the other side of that pawn. It's got precious little maneuvering space here. But at the moment, I don't see a5 being helpful. I think, yeah, we should just bring the king in front of that passed pawn the best we can, and white should counterattack this pawn. Like bring the king to f3 and f4. Maybe knight d5 check once the king's here, covering some squares with the knight. It's actually still a very competitive endgame because the rook's badly placed. If that rook were on a square like c2, you might just win this endgame with black pretty easily. And here I can't even tell you for sure that black has the advantage. It's so intense. That's all just around this rook here being somewhat hamstrung, right? All right, take care, Asher. Have a great Saturday. See you another time. Woo! Ah! My fun little ball of aluminium. So MC says maybe d8's close enough to the pawn's queening, and then try and switch the rook through the e file to a square behind. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. And Dronky Pluck wanted to put the king on g7 from the beginning, but then Dronky Pluck, I mean, are you never bringing your king around? Is the rook going to do the whole fight by itself? Or are you thinking that this is going to allow you to play the a5 break and then your rook really will be able to just clean it all up? You want to play a5. Okay, so you're going to insist on a5 with your king over there. Gotcha. That makes sense. All right, here's my idea to try and bother you, okay? So I'm saying, yes, I like your king over there. And if a5, I have b5. So now I'm predicting that you're going to just dance with my knight with your rook. Yeah, I see what you mean, Dronky Pluck. How b4 could be a committal move that just is a weakness. But on the other hand, if white just played king e2 and black played king g7, you'd still be threatening this. Would you not then need to play b4 at some point? If all queenside pawns trade, I think black can probably win, though it won't be easy. Partly because the knight may or may not get back across easily right after the queenside liquidates. So it may depend on the specific position. If you put white's knight on f4 and king on f3, then maybe it would be a draw. Okay, so let's check my little dance for a moment. I want to go knight d7. Would you dance with me, Dronky? Am I correct in expecting you to play rook c7? Ah, brilliant. Cutting my king off too. Man, oh man. All right. All I can do is move my knight, so I'll keep doing it. I'll keep dancing. But MC, if I didn't play knight d7, he was going to play a5, right? You're okay with a5? What would you do then? I don't know what we do against a5. I didn't see a variatsiatsk to deal with that move. So I believed that he was really threatening, and I played this to avoid it. All right, now I'm dancing. My knight went here, now it's coming here. I'm going to move the c-pawn soon. My knight is just hoping that the rook is going to dance with her. She just wants to get an annoying dance going where nobody makes any progress because they're too busy dancing. And now, wouldn't that be a surprising flash dance mob if it were like the candidates tournament and everybody's been sitting at their seats without moving other than the pieces for 3 hours. The stakes are super high. Nobody's in on it except the 8 candidates, the 8 players. Everybody is solemnly watching them. People are commenting outside. The tension seems so high. And then suddenly all 8 of them jump up and start dancing to the same music that no one else hears. Well, if the candidates is ever all teenagers, I think that could happen. Which side would I rather have? I think it's about equal. Modern Tiger. Hard to say. Dronky Pluck, you were hoping to sort of advance the king and get something going on the king side with him, but it's hard to ever fully contain this situation with the rook without being able to get it behind. And yeah, this is about to be annoying, isn't it? It's just kind of... I'm coming down. So, we made things a little bit tough for you. That's why I was happy to play knight d7. I thought, good form. I freeze the king. I defend my pawn. I prepared this weird, annoying move. Looks like enough to make the player with black have a headache, right? Knights can be a real headache. Rook e4. If you mean in this position, BNW, rook e4 here, I would take my chance. I would take my chance and grab that pawn. Okay, so to the game, king e2. a5 comes in, grabs it. Here we are. Now, we think that in this variation, after rook c5, white can go a6, a7, right? Because this was the whole reason that Dronky Pluck wanted to put the king over on g7. Was to get the king out of the way of all these stupid forks. So where is the bread is thinking before taking this pawn? It feels like... Well, we thought the pawn could just run. Let's double check it, because it's been a while since we looked at this line. Yeah. Yeah, I think white's winning? Is there a drawing line for black? Or is this just going? King d8. King comes around. But who's really stopping the A pawn? I guess a6 rook c7. Because the king's not on e7 anymore. And then the rook wants to go to a7. Okay. Yeah, maybe I was too hasty in thinking that white was maybe winning. This looks pretty reasonable. Wow. Weird. So the threat here is this. If you play a6 to stop that threat, then the rook comes all the way around. Yeah, white can maybe save the game by going after kingside pawns. But if the two queenside pawns drop, you would think that the rook can save the game because it'll get a lot of breathing space. Yup, rook c7. So there's king e3 to f4. There's also knight c4 to d6. Maybe there's something else too. I think this game is close enough that time may come up at some point. Yeah. Whoops. All right. Standing helped me get through the late night. I think I've been standing for almost 3 hours, so we'll finish it out like this. Unless sitting down immediately makes me fall asleep. Falls me to sleep. Right. Yeah, I agree, MC. That's sort of what I was thinking, was here, 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 takes, rook here, and I just think the rook's got a lot of room. What an amazing endgame these guys got to play. At some point, each player threatened to just win the game. And neither of them managed to do it, and so we're getting quite an intense endgame out of it. Yeah, Drunky Pluck. I think that's what the best thing that we see so far for white. There might be something better that we haven't seen. I think the best idea we see so far is like this. And it's not like, it's not amazing for white. It's basically just an attempt at drawing the game, right? Black could have taken on c5. I don't know exactly when. You're thinking maybe after this knight c4 move instead of going for the a pawn. I thought this wasn't good because the knight's covering a5. But maybe you mean on a different move before rook c7. Here, no. Here, if you take, the pawn just goes in queens. So, I'll recap. Here, black plays king d8. This threatens rook c5. White specifically played a6 to stop rook c5 by the pawn queening fast enough. So then black played rook here to stop that pawn. Now white's too far away to defend the pawns from rook a7 takes a6. So now the a pawn's gone, and white has to come up with something, right? So knight c4 to d6 probably. I think not every single 2000 would draw knight versus rook, but the majority would, yeah. If the knight and the king start out split up and there's some tricky moves to find, then of course more people will fail it. If the king and knight start together, you get a very healthy majority defending it successfully, I think, on their first attempt. Okay, still the live position here. Let's see what other games we had. Ryan and Smallbeak are still fighting this one, but Smallbeak lost the queen somewhere in this game. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see, we saw this position. Oh my god. Look at that. Nice work from white here. Sort of a desperation positional queen sack. But what Smallbeak was considering at this point was that if they do nothing, white's going to play rook d6 and queen takes c5 and then just, you know, stomp black down. So what happened? We opposed the bishops, kind of like your bishop a6 that you wanted to do. This is a classy move from Ryan. Just supporting this a takes b proposition. Yeah, and then the rook gets into the 6th rank, and it's too late. Was there rook b8 here for a moment? Perhaps. Yeah. I think this was maybe a key moment for black here. Instead of passively defending their weak pawn, deal with white's strong pawn before it's out of control. As far as I can tell, after this, the b pawn's pretty strong. So I don't think white is going to have anything amazing here. There might be some way to hold, but... Oh, there's rook d8, right? Let me think. Rook d8, king f7. I'm not sure what I do next. Okay, so rook d8 was played in any case. Then the pawn gets locked in. Okay, threatening maybe queen a7 here. White wants to check the black king away from e6 and then come back in with white's king. And then you'll get a checkmating attack with just king and queen. Well, good creativity from Smallbeak. They got to play a positional queen sack. Beautiful. Oh, and MC points out that queen c6 is a real threat as well as queen a7. b3 played. Okay, so just hoping. Queen c6 is easier to calculate. That is a sort of all with checks continuation that devastates black. I think queen a7 also wins. But yeah, queen c6. Ryan saw it. Props to Ryan for seeing the real threat. If king e7, there's only two squares for the king, right? If king e7, queen c7, check, and then you take the rook and stop the pawn. So king d8, queen takes check, king has to go defend the rook on c8, you know, takes this with check and continues harrying. Maybe you can win by pushing the d pawn, like for example here, 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 here. Note that I just didn't take on c5 here. Then we go here, threatening check and mate. Looks quite powerful. Maybe also good the idea of bringing the king towards e6, which I like quite a bit. It's a strong attacker once it gets there. Yeah, king d8 played. It's a live position. Queen d6, good move. Lots of options here, but I think queen c6 followed by either d6 or king f5 to e6, going for a mating attack looks right. Hard to resist. Juicy, juicy pounds. Oh, it feels amazing to rest my eyes. Okay, I think white's got this one. Let's check on our crazy rook versus knight. Knight c4 was played. Fabisher down to 4 minutes. Let's see how it went. Rook. Oh, king f3 first. Okay, so almost the same, but slightly different. King f3 first. Then knight heading maybe to d6. Whereas the bread has 10 extra minutes, which is definitely worth something here. Okay, if you want to win for black, maybe try and take this pawn with the rook while white's taking one of these. That all on one side is rather difficult to win, huh? Yeah. I don't think it's quite winnable. I once played this endgame with a grandmaster for like 50 moves, and he mostly defended very well, and eventually I had one opportunity to win, which I think speaks to how difficult it is to play for, you know, hours and hours. And then I didn't find that opportunity, and then he played correctly for another million moves, and it was eventually drawn, I think. Rook c6, yeah. I like that from the bread. I like that choice. I imagine this move's coming, and then against rook c2, the king probably just has to back up again. Yeah. So black couldn't take this because of this. That's why the knight's hanging out here, huh? So now king d7 getting out of the way of it. Yeah. I don't see anything that dramatically changes what's going on here. I mean, you could potentially take this pawn instead of this one, then play knight h6, just kind of trying to trade one extra pawn. And the knight just needs to get back in the picture. I think that's enough to draw, as well as a simpler, you know, just take on f5 and sit on the position. Okay, white did play knight f7 in the game. Bob Bisher seems to be calmly using 30 to 60 seconds per move here. with the increment staying alive and continuing to have a little consideration on every move. Smallbeak, look at that. White didn't go for mate, and they ended up on the defensive against this pawn. That was kind of the grabbing of this pawn and not... Oh my god, going for more and more pawns. This right here was a really great opportunity to advance this pawn instead of eating this one. Just got a little too hangry. Ay, 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 on the attack. Attack! Whew. Now they're sweating. Sweat. Queen takes e5 is pretty good. Because against this move, you can just push, I think. Covering queen to d1 check. And then if black doesn't have a check, white's going to have enough checks next move. Knight g5. Okay, tempo on the h pawn, presumably. So what's the plan against h6 or 5 or whatever? Provoke the pawn forward to make it maybe easier to capture. That makes sense. Thank you for the raid, and welcome raiders. We are a little bit towards the end of our show and our evening, but we're still happy to let you know about Friday Night Fights, weekly event here in the dojo where players play against each other in classical games. You may see 3 minutes against 9 minutes on the clock, but they started with 90. They've been going for 3 hours on this end game here. And with a 30-second increment, they're going to be able to keep going a bit longer still. So I guess as MC is saying, the idea would be like h6, knight here, pawn here, and maybe you just keep going after those pawns with your king. Maybe black can try to trap this knight. No, g4 will always permit it to escape. So white holds with no problem in that variation. And then the other option would be h5 immediately. Okay, so g4 here is not it. Black can take once, then check. I mean, even this, it's not clear. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Okay, so I don't know for sure what white's doing against h5. It might be as simple as just bringing the knight back and having this move next. Feels simpler than anything I calculated to just play that clean move. Hi Didia, how are you? In that line, king e3. Yeah. But king e3 doesn't really threaten a saving move just yet. So I think Dronky Pluck is saying that here, hg4, king e3, right? But we're not really threatening to recover the pawn just yet. Or maybe even mean it here while in check. But I don't think that's really the plan. So, yeah, I would think instead of g4, yeah, I would think just this, and king g5 is pretty safe. Okay, rook c2 was played. No defending the pawns. Fair. That looks fine, yeah. I mean, I don't think it really tries to win though. Right? Because white could go f3. Rook g2. I don't know, take. And can you defend this? Doesn't seem like black can win this endgame with the white king just in position to attack that pawn. Knight h7 played though. So we get something a little bit different. Black keeps the f pawn, and actually the white king came back, so the black king's gonna have space to get near the f pawn. So there's like a little, yeah, a little bit of room here for white to mess up. I agree. Let's see if our queen is able to beat the rook. Oh my god, still threatening to queen is the side with the rook. So what happened was here. Okay, white didn't wait around for rook a2, brought the queen out. I mean, black can play b2. Is white trying to say that this check and queen takes rook is going to win while letting black queen? I guess they want to retry a queen ending. Oh my goodness. I suppose white should still be winning. But it is incredible what black's doing with this rook. It is incredible. But see, anytime you have to step in front of the pawn, for example, that's a tempo for this guy. One minute left for black with the rook and b pawn. White takes the opportunity to push. Rook d2 comes in quickly. Black was ready. That's the move. I agree with that. Maybe king e6 for white. is the follow-up. We can't really give up that pawn, I don't think. Oh, actually, there might be like a really lame winning move here with queen c8. King can't come to the c file, right? So play something like this. Queens here, here, queens here. And then if the queen blocks, you trade queens and win with the e-pawn. If the king comes up, you trade queens again and win with the e-pawn. So very pedestrian queen c8 would be winning here, but king e6 was played. c2. Ryan making good use of the time. This is another game which started over 3 hours ago, and they've really got the fighting idea down. One minute. Queen b4. Not a lot of great options for black. If the king goes to the a file, either square, you can always check. Force the king back to b1, then queen. If the king goes this way, hilariously, there's just checkmate. So black throws a check. White's king advances. Rook tries to harass more. At this point, you can bring this pawn up and even trade your queen for the b pawn. It's winning. But white just keeps playing a very direct continuation, going for another queen. And yeah, that's a very, very clean choice there by Ryan, who was thinking quite a bit until about one move ago. Just hit a point where they're completely confident they see how to win the position. With the king joining up with this pawn. Very nice technique. Our other endgame, what's happening? White chose to advance the h pawn. White's kind of thinking of going king f4 to try and trade that pawn. Yeah, so basically hold still as white, right? Knight e5, knight f3, something like that. Just hang around. mean, Fabisher had like 3.5 minutes, 5 moves ago or so. They're doing a decent job of keeping some time, but you're right, this move's getting a little bit slow. King backs up, just looking to mark time, probably. And Ryan has won this endgame. We actually saw the last move of the game, it looks like, after King E8. Small Beak thought for the rest of the minute that they had and then resigned. So congrats to both of those players. That was awesome. We've got 3 new games going on in this section. Holy moly. Including Kudu Kudu and Baymon. And Ryan managed to get in the bathroom. Bravo for fitting that in. Looks like an interesting position over here. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Doing a little something. Making a little something. Black wants to crack a little bit of the dark square so this piece can be truly felt. And at the moment, they've kind of got this area nicely tucked and held. I don't see easy approaches for white against it. The black queen is stopping knight a5 and knight e5 because she can take the knight before it gets to c6. MC, it's a 24-hour arena, so people in different time zones can get a game in. But I just do commentary for the first 4 hours or so, ideally. Then I get some sleep, but people who want a game can show up at random times and play. So, Kudu Kudu is playing their second game. We do get people sometimes playing 2 or even more games occasionally. Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. We're watching your game. Yeah, well, we spent a lot of time on it. You'll definitely get something cool there. 4 hours ago, BNW. We started today at the normal-ish time. You can see 4 hours ago. The arenas start at 8 p.m. Pacific right now, 11 p.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Central European time. And then, yeah, I start the commentary. I try and fire up the stream, 10 to 20 minutes before the tournament. And then comment till about midnight. So these guys might still be playing when I go to bed, even though they're playing from the start. Or did we get a couple repetitions here? Rook a4, check, back here, check, back. What was your game, Dronky Pluck? A really dedicated American MC could get in 3 games, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. All right, so this game deservedly ends in a draw. Epic from the 2 players. I think neither of them saw a way to go forward here, so they repeated. There wasn't like a specific necessity to repeat, but if you don't see anything to do, it's always an option to repeat and call it a night, as I'm about to do. So thanks everybody for participating and hanging out, chatting through the games. I hope you all had fun. In about 9 to 9.5 hours, we'll be firing up the stream again for some 15-minute chess tomorrow. And importantly, a week from tomorrow, we're going to be doing endgame sparring tournaments instead of the normal starting position. The games will start in endgame positions from the Chess Dojo training program's curriculum. We have an idea to try to eventually give our users ratings for their endgame play, opening play, middle game play, tactical play, strategic play, etc. So you'll get a whole dashboard that will kind of tell you where you're relatively stronger or weaker. So it's very important that we give accurate numbers, right? That we don't say like, your tactics are 3,600, you know? We're going to try and really have it be pretty tight so you can look at it and say, okay, you know, my rating's 1550 FIDE equivalent, and my tactics are at 1620, and my end games are at 1430. So I could devote a little more time to my end game maybe. Or at least know kind of what your strength and weakness is, even if you don't want to devote time to the weakness, that's fine. So that's something that we're trying to investigate and work on. So for those of you who are interested in helping with that project or just playing some endgames, mark your calendar for a week from tomorrow at the normal Saturday Rapid time slot. We'll be doing that endgame work. And with that, I bid you all adieu.